Great, thanks very much. I also,
Good evening to you all. Welcome to the Monday, December 13th of the Falls Church City Council. We are delighted you all are joining with us this evening. I'd like to call the meeting to order, and I think we've got a few kids in the audience. Why don't, if they would be so kind, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Do we have any kids who might want to do that? I'm not sure there's too many tonight. Let's go ahead.
They're down in the holding cell with the sheriff. That's not a joke. They're still down there.
Tell you, listen, we'll work with the chief to try to get the charges dropped. So, all right, well, let's just go ahead if we can and rise for the Pledge of Allegiance nonetheless. The flag's behind me.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Madam Clerk, will you call roll?
Yes. Ms. Conley?
Here.
Mr. Duncan?
Here.
Ms. Hardy?
Here.
Mr. Lickenhouse?
Here.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Here.
Mayor Tarter?
Here.
And Mr. Snyder, are you with us remotely?
I am, thank you very much.
And we will need to have an electronic participation motion for Mr. Snyder. And Mr. Snyder needs to identify the remote location and reason for his participation by electronic means to be included in the minutes.
All right, would someone like to make a motion?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Snyder?
You want to go ahead?
I move that City Council approve electronic participation by David Snyder in tonight's meeting for personal reasons pursuant to the City Council's policy on participation in meetings through electronic means as adopted by Resolution 2021-29.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Duncan on the second. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Mr. Lickenhouse?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
And Mayor Tarter?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And we did need Mr. Snyder to identify the remote location and reason for his participation. If we can do
Yeah,
that.
hotel in San Diego, California, meetings with insurance regulators as part of my other job.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. So let's move on to the meeting agenda. Do we have a motion regarding the meeting agenda?
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt the meeting agenda.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Ms. Hisket on the second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it. So we'll now move on to some very special business. We have an oath of office to administer to our newly elected city council colleagues. So we are delighted to move to that portion of the meeting, and I'll turn it over to the clerk.
I think this works. Can everybody hear me? All right. Vice Mayor Conley, can you do yours first? Can you just stand here? Thank you. Raise your right hand. Do you, Mary Beth Connolly, solemnly swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and that you will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent upon you as a member of the City Council of the City of Falls Church, Virginia, according to the best of your ability, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. And I just need you to sign. Ms. Shantz Hiscott, could you join me, please? Raise your right hand. Do you, Deborah Shantz Hiscott, solemnly swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and that you will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent upon you as a member of the City Council of the City of Falls Church, Virginia, according to the best of your ability, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Just sign here. Whoops. And this belongs to you. And just take your place here. Mr. Snyder, are you
Yes.
ready? Okay. Can you raise your right hand, sir?
Yes,
Do you, David F. Snyder, solemnly swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and that you will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent upon you as a member of the City Council of the City of Falls Church, Virginia, according to the best of your ability, so help you God?
I do and I will.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder, and we'll get your signature on this when you return.
Thank you.
And our newest council member-elect, Caroline Leon, if you want to make you go the long way. Raise your right hand, please. Do you, Caroline S. Leon, solemnly swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and that you will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent upon you as a member of the City of Falls Church, the City Council of the City of Falls Church, Virginia, according to the best of your ability, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Just sign here. This is your oath.
Gotcha.
Okay, and if you want to join up here, we're going to get some photos.
All right.
And if council would like to smoosh in, we'll get some photos. And Mr. Mayor, the Electoral Board is also here to present the election results and speak. Certificates of election.
Sure, and then after that, we can allow a few minutes for family photos for people who might want to do that as well. So why don't we go ahead here from the Electoral Board? Thank you for your great work in ensuring a
We also take one with Mr. Snyder.
In the background.
Let's do it with our next one.
This is to certify that a meeting of the Electoral Board of the City of Falls Church held on November 5th, 2021, on an examination of the official records deposited in the office of the Clerk of the Circuit Court, it was ascertained and determined that the election held on November 2nd, 2021, each of the four of you was duly elected member of City Council for a term commencing January 1st, 2022 and ending December 31st, 2025. I'm Renee Andrews, the Secretary of the Electoral Board. I've signed each of these. We'll present them to you. And Mr. Snyder, we have one to deliver to you on your return as well.
Thank you.
So I know we've got, first off, congratulations to both our old and our new colleagues. It's been a great group to work with, and we're very excited to start a new chapter here. Why don't we give a few minutes to folks? You could take the picture with Dave if you want, and then maybe anyone who'd like some family photos, we can allow a few minutes for that as well. All right, Stephen, you want to come on up and yeah, why don't you come on up, Stephen? Maybe you guys could take the first shots, and we'll get out of here. Yeah. It'll be romantic.
In front of them.
You can come in the middle if you want, wherever you guys want to be, whatever's best for you all. All right. Any more photos? Anybody want to take any more photos? Yeah.
Going on to the next item once.
All right, and our next item is, I guess, sort of the bookend to what we just did, which was swearing our new members. We've got a departing member. And so, Mr. Lichtenhouse, we just thought we'd say a few words. It's bittersweet tonight. We've got some great folks who've been elected and reelected, but we also have one of our favorite council person who's leaving. You're leaving now that we finally learned how to pronounce your last name, how to spell your last name. So, but Ross has brought a whole lot to council, and I just thought I would mention just a few of his accomplishments. I don't know if many of you know, but Ross is a very successful business person. He's just recently started his own real estate advisory company, which has taken off a lot of his time. But he brought that expertise to us here in the city, particularly with things like the 10-acre development, which was extraordinarily complex. And his ability to crunch numbers and understand the subtleties and the ins and outs of complex real estate transactions was invaluable. He understands real estate development, operation, financing, like no one else I've seen in government. And he was invaluable in getting the 10-acre project accomplished. And also with respect to getting the school built, I know that was primarily a school project, but there was much I think the city had involvement with as well. And so your business and construction knowledge were invaluable. He's also a great negotiator. I don't know if any of you have negotiated with him, but Ross was really very helpful in many of the negotiations and conversations we had with our developer colleagues, and it was just great having him on board. Ross has also been a strong advocate for tax relief, which has come to fruition these past year or two, so he's been passionate about that as well. He's also been on the move, whether it's his own business or local business, the Live Local campaign, which he was a prominent supporter of, coaching his daughter's lacrosse teams, raising chickens in the backyard. He has always been just an absolute pleasure to be with. He was also, you may not know this, voted best dressed on City Council the past 4 years. So, but anyway, Ross, we hope that you'll stay involved. It's been a real pleasure to have you on City Council and to serve with you, and you've accomplished some great work, so thank you so much. We've got this plaque as well for you, so I'm going to stand up and offer this plaque, and maybe my colleagues can join me.
Promise.
Mr. Mayor, while Mr. Whittinghouse is polishing up his remarks, may I say just a word?
Of course.
Just on behalf of the Economic Development Committee, on which Mr. Whittinghouse has served with great, distinguished qualities over the last 4 years, we just want to thank you for your dedication to our work, in particular, your expertise, your experience, your optimism about the city's prospects for the future. It's really an inspiration. Your appreciation, as the mayor said, for the role of the tax rate and affordability for our residents has been personally much appreciated by me and is reflected in the policies that this full council has approved in the last budget cycle. So thank you very much. Look forward to your next chapter and know you'll have many great contributions to the city in years to come.
All right. Of course, Vice Mayor Conley.
I'll just chime in quickly. There were two committees that I've served on with Ross in the last few years. One is Budget and Finance Committee, and I appreciate the spirit that you brought to that and your great questions and your spirit of working together to get things done. So that was great. And I also have served on the Appointments Committee with you. And that has also been a pleasure, and I really appreciate that you have brought your friends and people that you know into the city into service in the city on different boards and commissions. That's really important, so thank you for that as well. And I wish you the best. It has been a pleasure to serve with you.
Ms. Hiscott?
I won't speak for too long because I told Ross I agreed to his 90 minutes of remarks, so I'll save those many minutes for that. But I've been the rookie. I've only been here for a year on council, but it's been a joy to work with you. You bring a great mix of lightheartedness and seriousness, and I really appreciate that combination in a colleague. So thank you for all you've contributed to the city so far, and I know you'll continue to do so. So thank you, Ross. Appreciate it.
Ms. Hardy?
I get to wrap this up. So obviously echo everything professionally said about you, but I think on a personal note, I just really appreciate, number one, I have another person to run with me in the annual race, and so that'll be missed. Now we're going to find another runner on council. But seriously, on a serious note, though, I really appreciated you as a thought partner. Appreciated that you've never really backed down from a challenging, unpopular vote. Was always willing to take the really critical eye to every decision we made, and I appreciate that. Obviously, your professional expertise and your personal passion for the city really intersected at the perfect time. Saw us through the most challenging of times and really the exciting times. So don't be a stranger. You know where to find us.
Ross?
Thank you.
Tom, you've been at loss for
I
words.
tell you what, man.
Is this the part where I fill in the blank
I-
space with?
I did not expect this range of emotions. I mean, I am humbled and inspired, certainly a bit sad from leaving you all, and didn't expect it even over these last few months, kind of looking into the twilight fade of these 4 years. But I did want to collect some thoughts, and I will keep it at a brief 90 minutes, Councilwoman Hiscott. These last 4 years for me have been a tangible and affirmational reminder of why community service and civic engagement is critical, especially in these very difficult times. And there's a quote that I like from one of our nation's most transformational civil rights leaders, which is, life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others? And I believe it is simply not enough to advocate for change through donations, social media, or behind keys on a message board. I feel to affect real change in our community, we must contribute our time and volunteer our expertise. And without a donation of that finite and most precious resource, we are merely pushing that responsibility for that change onto others in hopes that someone else will be the change that we want to see. But there is no substitute for personal contribution in the arena of community service. And for anyone out there that is listening, that feels inspired to take up the torch of volunteerism in our community in a more pronounced way, I encourage you to aim high. As a father of 3 daughters, a husband, a coach, and business owner, taking on this role did not come without cost. That personal sacrifice is real, and depending on the day, priorities will shift, and those priorities from yesterday may suffer as you shift your attention elsewhere, but that's life, regardless of what you do. We will always find ways to fill up our days with whatever tasks are at hand, big or small. But you will always make time for what matters, and it is possible to balance a very time-consuming yet important volunteer role like this with other responsibilities. And as one very wise mayor said to me after I was elected, this job is what you make of it. You can spend 40 hours a week or you can spend 4. You'll get out of it what you put into it. Personally, I did give it everything I could, where I could. And I am incredibly proud of what we have collectively accomplished as a council here over these last 4 years. We have navigated some very trying times, made major capital investments in this community that touch every corner, street, and individual in the city, and we did it all while generating surpluses and lowering tax rates. Now, given that recent precedent, as a distinguished member of our Budget and Finance Committee, who will be passing the torch on later this month, I find it useful and appropriate tonight to remember that our primary role here as a council is to act as responsible stewards of taxpayer money and to provide those who have entrusted us with their support to advance policies and decisions that represent our collective values. We must balance the will of the majority while offering an equal platform for change to the minority. And most importantly, we must always remember that the loudest voices in the room are not always the voices that represent the greater community's will, which is why, as a council and as a council member, we must always seek the engagement of our fellow citizens beyond our insulated inner circles, engaging those neighbors we don't often see, but who also deserve equal representation, those that may not have the time, resources, or ability to speak up. We should strive to be fact finders as much as we are policymakers. I am proud to have served on this council, and as I look across this dais and take stock of our leadership at City Hall and beyond, I am truly hopeful and optimistic for the future of our city. And a final parting comment to the hundreds of employees that make Falls Church an exceptional place to live. Thank you for everything that you do. What you do day in and day out for the taxpayers, families, and businesses in this community are inextricably linked to the quality of life that we all enjoy. Much of what you do is unseen and unknown, but please know, as a council member and a taxpayer and a neighbor, without your passion, commitment, and hard work, the luster of Falls Church would be greatly diminished. I am truly thankful to have been afforded this opportunity to contribute my time and expertise at a unique moment in Falls Church history where that contribution could be used to the best of its ability and most effectively. But most of all, I am truly honored to have been given this opportunity by our voters to spend 4 years doing what has truly been the most rewarding and purposeful thing I've ever done in my career. I thank you for entrusting me with this responsibility. And to my fellow council members, our city staff, school colleagues, and all of the other incredible volunteers, and our boards, commissions, and regional bodies, thank you for your own contributions, and I wish you well. I look forward to working with you all in the future in a new capacity to continue the important work we are doing here. Our time is our most precious commodity, and I can think of no more rewarding investment than committing that time to improve the lives of those around us. Thank you.
All right, that's going to be hard to top, Ross. I do, while we're waiting here, just want to offer my congratulations as well to the folks who got reelected and our newest member, Caroline. You all have spent years collectively serving the city and are passionate about this place and have already made a difference in critical areas like affordable housing, schools, equity. And so I'm really looking forward to the next 2 years serving with this new constituted council. And I offer my sincere congratulations to you all and really looking forward to the time we're going to spend together. So congratulations to you all, and thank you, Ross, for your service. All right. With that, maybe we'll move on to our next item, which is oaths of office to new members of boards and commissions.
Yes, we have several this evening.
All right.
And the first one is Elise Bankston for the Arts and Humanities Council.
While she's coming up, let me just note that Elise is the new executive director of the Falls Church Chamber of Commerce. As council's liaison to the chamber board, we welcome her.
Ready? So just raise your right hand. Do you, Elise Bankston, solemnly swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and that you will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent upon you as a member of the Arts and Humanities Council of Falls Church according to the best of your ability, so help you God?
I do, and I will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And next we have Mr. Jim Coyle for the EDA. I'm going to make you come all the way around here. You ready?
Yes.
Do you, James Coyle, solemnly swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and that you will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent upon you as a member of the Economic Development Authority according to the best of your ability, so help you God?
I do, and I will.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it.
And I believe, do we have Christine Ward here for the Board of Zoning Appeals? Oh, hi. Just come over here, and if you just raise your right hand. Do you, Christine Ward, solemnly swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and that you will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent upon you as an alternate member of the Board of Zoning Appeals according to the best of your ability, so help you God?
I do, and I will.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Is that it, Madam Clerk?
I believe so, unless anybody else is out here who wants to be sworn in. No, I think
Anybody
we're
else
good.
want to join a board and commission tonight?
If you do, look on our website, we have openings, and attend some meetings and see which ones you like, and send us an application. We'd love to talk to you.
All right, well, let's move on now to receipt of public comment. You want to start with the receipt of written comments, please?
Yes, I will do that. So the first set of comments is regarding the ordinance that are regarding covenants at 405 North Van Buren Street. Jamie Craig of 609 East Columbia Street is opposed to granting the request until an absentee adjacent property owner has time to comment. James P. and Annette B. Hennessy of 513 East Columbia Street are in favor of approval of the ordinance. Charles Moore, architect for the applicant, provided additional information about tree removal and replacement. Manny and Carla Sidu of 404 North Van Buren Street support approval of the ordinance. Glenn Bonard, attorney for the Sophastian Fongs, the adjacent property owners, ask that the item be deferred to January 10, 2022, to give time for review of the matter since the owners are abroad and the notice was received just recently. And Christopher C. Thompson of 406 North Van Buren Street supports passing the ordinance. Those are all the comments on that item, and there is an advertised public hearing for that tonight.
All right, let's move on to the receipt of public comment.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, that was just on that one item.
Oh,
We have a
sorry,
few more, I'm
okay.
sorry, excuse
Uh-huh.
me. So our other public hearing we have tonight is on a budget amendment for ARPA funds use, and we received a request from the Economic Development Authority for $1.5 million of ARPA funds to assist city businesses. And W. Frederick Thompson, resident of the Broadway condominium, on behalf of the 80 residences and 4 commercial businesses at the Broadway, asked that $200,000 be added to the proposed ARPA budget amendment to develop a 5-year plan for upgrading city stormwater structures and to provide immediate repairs in areas experiencing problems with stormwater, including West Broad and Lee Streets. As far as the Founders Row 2 project, the library board provided comments on the use of any voluntary concessions from the project to include increased funding for the library. The Citizens Advisory Committee on Transportation provided comments on the proposed development that focused on providing increased transportation options that do not focus on motorized vehicles. In other business, the following wrote in response to a news article regarding a letter from the zoning administrator regarding the certificate of occupancy for La Tingeria Restaurant, and asked the city to work with the owner to welcome and retain the business while addressing parking issues. We received letters from Philip J. Brinkman, Sean Dakin of 124 Whittier Circle, Monica Fries, 415 Poplar Drive, Jennifer Gerard, Taylor Grant of 201 Jackson Street, Bethany Rubin Henderson of 1002 Madison Lane, Liesl Leach, Hannah Martinson, Shay Peck, Nicole Sampson, Anita Singh, and Maggie Stahl-Wells of Rosemary Lane. Sandra Tarpinian provided a report on environmental activities in the city, and she actually will be joining us to give that report tonight. Donald Alway of 803 Randolph Street wrote with a concern about the lack of a nurse in the public schools. The Planning Commission wrote in support of developing a climate change mitigation energy action plan. And the Historical Commission provided comments on the naming of streets at the West Falls Church project, which I believe was removed from the agenda to be addressed at a later time. And that's it. And if you just give me a second to plug in my timer, I can call the folks who are here to speak in person.
All right, while you're doing that, I'll just make a few brief remarks. If you are going to speak tonight, and any and all of you are welcome to do so, please fill out a speaker slip and hand it to the clerk. Keep your comments to 3 minutes. There'll be a buzzer or a light. She'll tell you about that in a minute. And please state your name and address for the record.
It lives.
All right, you ready?
Yes. We'll see if it works. First, we have Sandra Tarpinian, and then followed by David Adsit.
Welcome.
There we go. Okay, good. Put on the cheaters.
I will tell you about the lights. It'll be green while you're speaking, and when the yellow light comes on, you'll have your sum up of 30 seconds.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I'm here to, I'm Sandra Tarpinian. I live at 105 Great Falls Street, Falls Church. And I'm here tonight representing the Habitat Restoration Team and myself. And I come with wonderful news. I look forward every year to being able to tell you that once again, through collaboration with the city, with many of our organizations in town, and with a cohort of volunteers who just won't stop, we have once again gotten recertified as a community wildlife habitat with National Wildlife Federation. And so what and this is our 6th year in a row now since we gained that certification. And they require us to keep doing all the good things we do and prove it. And so that's one of the roles that I play in gathering all that information and trying to put it together to present to the city. We had our challenges this year because of COVID, and because of the ongoing loss of some of our public works staff. But the volunteers just still kind of kept things going. It was great to see. So these are some of the things that we did this year that helped with that certification. Up until this year, we had 6 of our parks registered or certified as wildlife habitats. And because of the renovations that have now taken place in Madison Park and Howard Herman Park over the last few years, they were ready for certification, and so we got all of both of those parks certified. So we now have 8 of our parks certified as wildlife habitats. And to bring a little bit more importance to that, or recognition to that, we went ahead and between Public Works and Recreation and Parks, we put up new signage in all of the parks, sometimes at double entrances, depending on the park, that showed people or reminded people that they were now walking into a wildlife habitat. We did several events which have been ongoing for years. In the spring, we had 185 volunteers put in 338 hours planting approximately 220 trees and shrubs and 3,500 native perennials in our parks. So that's a lot of work. And it's a lot of fun when we do it. We had to follow all the protocols for COVID, but we got lots of people signing up, kind of maxed out every one of those events. In the fall, when we didn't really have the support at that point of Public Works because we'd lost our green space manager, they did let us use tools, which we really appreciated, but we just, because we have this cadre of people, were able to contact, and we ended up with 104 volunteers donating 208 hours of time in the parks in October and November. And that was a time of just pulling out invasives, trying to get rid of what quickly grows back if you don't stay right on top of it. So the thing that to me is so important about these volunteers getting together and doing this work is they're coming from every part of our city. They're adults of all ages. There are Boy Scouts and Cub Scouts and Girl Scouts and high school kids, middle school kids. And they get out there and they start, first of all, realizing how cool our parks are. And they begin to have a sense of real ownership in what they're doing. And it really builds a sense of community. And I think that maybe that may be more important than the wildlife. I'm not sure about that, but it's real important, I think, and I love watching that happen. So a couple of the other things that we did, we have ongoing education always happening. We had a couple of members of our team this year partner with the library when we were all stuck in the house and really couldn't do that much together. And we put together 3 webinars that were done on Zoom over the course of April and May. And they were designed to, help homeowners see how they could garden to not only support the declining pollinators and bird populations, but also things that they should be and can be doing in their gardens to mitigate their stormwater quality and quantity. And to help make a more sustainable ecosystem. The rest of it is in the report that I've given you if I really have to stop. But one thing that, and I'm talking from a personal point of view on this, if you'll give me just another minute. The Rain Smart program that the city does in conjunction with VPIS, it's a memorandum of understanding that the city funds and that VPIS manages, is a program that is designed to give homeowners a little bit of payback on doing things that will control the stormwater on their own properties. And I'm a big believer in this program. I did it myself. the pictures that you see on the bottom of the presentation that I gave you are my house, or my townhouse. I can't tell you what a difference it has made in the amount of water that is not running down Great Falls Street. This is a program that is a long-term solution if we are ever going to hope to keep stormwater on our own properties and not have it run into the system. So I would encourage you to continue to support that program. Funding for it got declined this year. Bring it back, please. This is very, very important. Thank you, and thank you for all you do.
Thank you, and thank you for all you do. We really appreciate it, and the mask is beautiful.
Do
I
give that to Mr. Mayor or to Wyatt or?
Come on up, we'll get a picture with you maybe. All
right.
How about that? All right, Madam Clerk, who's next?
Yes, we have David Adsit, followed by Christian Demeter.
Welcome.
And sir, that is a 3-minute timer, and you'll see your sum up for 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you. A little bit nervous here. I've never actually addressed a city council before, and this is actually going to be more of an introductory process. I'm a new resident of Falls Church.
Well, welcome.
And very impressed with the city. Everything's very convenient. I'm coming today to, what I was going to say or address has changed because it's not as, with talking with the city planner and various people, it's an idea for something to do with the, along the lines of affordable housing. And along the lines of like planning for what's going to happen with the Stratford Motel down here that's been boarded up as of Sunday. I wasn't aware of any of these, of what's going on with it. I do know that the Stratford is a landmark, a famous landmark for this area. Everybody in this area knows that motel, and I know it has its good and it has its bad. And I may be making friends here tonight, I may be making enemies. So. And in terms of city planning and all that, my limitation to that goes with playing SimCity. So, but I'm aware of how some things work in terms of politics and things of that nature. I was involved with the Oxford House Association, which provides housing for recovering alcoholics and addicts throughout the state of Virginia, Maryland, D.C., and nationwide. I was actually the state chairperson for Virginia at one time for that organization. So I kind of understand some of the politics and some of the craziness that can be behind the curtains that no one actually sees. Anyway, as I said, I have a kind of plan for the Stratford. I know no decision has been finally made on what's going to happen with that property. I just found out about this yesterday when I saw them boarding it up. So I am in the initial process of researching all this stuff. I've talked with a bunch of people about this, and they all think it's a shame that it's closing down. I don't know what the reasons, the whys or the wheres. I don't know if it's a zoning issue. I don't know if it's the landlord just said, we're not going to renew your lease, whatever the case may be. I haven't researched all that. I'm actually planning on coming back to the council within 30 days to submit a formal proposal as to what we can do with that, or what can be done with that property, since what I have planned is most of it's already there. It's already built. It's already there. Anyway, the reason I'm basically here, you hear the Metro slogan, if you see something, say something. Okay, well, I come down here in the early mornings for meetings over here at the Unity Club. And, through the past week, I have seen a woman, bear with me here, give me a moment.
Sure.
I've seen a woman sitting in a chair, living on the sidewalk So, as I said, if you see something, say something. I'm here to say something. Okay, I'm not here to get her in trouble. I'm not here to have her removed, whatever the case may be. It is her that got me along this thought process of what can be done with the Stratford Motel moving forward. We heard through the last 4 years, President Trump, let's make America great again. Now we're hearing Build Back Better. We hear the new normals, all that kind of stuff, and, it comes to a point where one wonders, what are we actually trying to build? And I'm here not in representation of an agency or a committee. I'm here simply on my own accord to give a voice to and to fight for people who are unable to fight for themselves. And so this is just an initial introduction. And by the way, congratulations to the new ones who got voted in. Never mind, I'm just going to leave that one alone. But it's I'm sure you all will be hearing from me because I plan on getting in contact with each and every single one of you all, since you all are on the town council, as well as various departments within the city. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time. Mr. Shields, I don't know if you have any update on the Stratford that you could say publicly for general benefit?
So what the city is informed is that the Stratford Motor Lodge is ceasing operations. The owner has put us on, the kind of underlying ground owner has put us on notice that they have needed to erect the fence and board up the facility because they don't have a tenant or a user in that building. They did not do that at the city's urging. They did not do that at the city's request. They did that on their own motion. We are working to identify possible redevelopment options for that property or alternate owners. But that's all that I can report tonight based on the information we've received.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, we have Christian Demeter, followed by Kevin Holwinski. And you can just state your name and address.
Mr. Mayor and council members, good evening. My name is Christian Demeter from 611 Greenwich Street, opposing the plastic bag tax. The plastic bags from my grocery store provide a benefit to our household as we reuse them for wastebasket liners or recycle them at the grocery store. Recycle Quebec, a Canadian government agency, found that plastic bags have a 77% reuse rate as a small trash can liner. When brought back to the store to recycle centers, they are recycled into eco-friendly materials used in playground equipment, construction equipment, materials, and new plastic bags. They provide benefits as they are reused by hundreds of residents to pick up dog excrement from public rights-of-way and parks. I recommend that residents conserve with plastic pollution, recycle or reuse their plastic bags. The proposed ordinance unfortunately encourages stores to provide customers with more plastic bags by giving those stores a 2-cent rebate on each bag customers pay for. The environment cost of producing alternative bags from cradle to grave is worse than plastic bags. A life cycle assessment performed by the United Kingdom Environmental Agency in 2011 found that standard reusable cotton grocery bags must be reused at least 131 times to ensure that they have lower global warming potential than a plastic bag used only once. A study by the Denmark Environmental Protection Agency in 2018 found that organic cotton bags need to be reused 20,000 times to have the same environment performance of a plastic bag reused once. A 2016 study by the U.S. EPA showed bag bans and taxes haven't meaningfully reduced overall litter or waste anywhere they've been tried. In Washington, D.C., a bag tax hasn't improved litter or reduced bag use according to a Washington Post 2014 investigation. Tax ordinances on plastic bags heap unfair costs on low and fixed income families and add more red tape to local businesses. With general inflation, energy, and food costs rising, we don't need any more new taxes. Many studies have shown that alternatives to plastic bags can be a health hazard if not sanitized properly after each use. The University of Arizona found that 51% of all reusable bags contain coliform bacteria, indicating the presence of fecal matter and other pathogens. The same study found that 97% of individuals admitted that they never washed their reusable bags. A Canadian study found bacteria buildup on reusable bags was 300% higher than what is considered safe. A 2018 study in the Journal of Environmental Health concluded that reusable bags transmit infectious viruses from private homes to supermarket grocery carts and checkout counters. By not adopting this tax, city businesses will be at a competitive advantage compared to adjoining jurisdictions. A 2012 study by the National Center for Policy Analysis found that banning plastic bags negatively impacted economic activity in the ban area, shifting businesses to stores just outside the bag ban region. Connecticut's 2019 plastic bag tax resulted in shoppers crossing state lines to avoid the tax. The independent little city should be independent, protect citizen health, encourage local shopping, recycling, and reuse. Thank you, and please vote against TO 2114.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
We have Kevin Holinsky and followed by Jean Gresko.
Excuse me, Kevin let me know he couldn't come and he plans to come in January.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yeah, he signed up online. He wasn't here in person. So, Mr. Gresko? Okay. Mr. Gresko? Oh, there you are.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, council members, fellow citizens, my name is Gene Gresko. I'm at 120 North Fairfax Street. I've been a resident of the city for 21 years. I'm come here to really express questions and concerns on one of the first items to be discussed today, namely 405 North Van Buren Street. I've been looking at the documents behind it, and I start with attachment 13, where this is being represented that once the property has restrictions eliminated, they're going to put in a accessory use structure. Not a dwelling unit, an accessory structure. When I look at attachment 13, it's typically accessory structures are, looks like a shed, a garage. Okay. Then I look at the attachment 10, the permit, where I see it's listed as an in-law suite at $125,000 building cost with a full basement. Then I look at attachment 14, where I see a picture of much more than a shed or a garage. I don't know about you, but $125,000 in these pictures, it sure looks like it's going to be used as a dwelling. So I would like this to be discussed when this item comes up in a few minutes. And if we do semantics and going back to attachment 13, the petitioners say, well, it doesn't have all the categories of a accessory dwelling unit. For example, maybe they leave off the cooking elements. Well, how would the city preclude at a later date by this owner or subsequent owners putting in those cooking facilities and thus making it, against our city's ordinances, an accessory dwelling unit? These are the things I'd like the council to discuss when this item comes up in the next few minutes. Appreciate your time, and thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any more speakers tonight?
No, I did receive one email just before the meeting started from Dave Gustafson, and he wanted to thank council for its stormwater and sidewalk investments in its ARPA and year-end fund allocations, and encourage council to invest more money in the VPIS Rain Smart program to encourage residents to install green infrastructure on their properties. He's also in favor of employee raises and using the plastic bag tax to retrofit storm drains to capture more debris before it flows into pipes and streams. And that's our final comment.
All right, thank you very much. Let's move on now to council requests. Are there any council requests? Oh, Ms. Hardy.
Thank you. Wyatt, a couple of things. Based on one of the public comments we had gotten from the library board, can you circle back on their request to, I think they had two separate requests. One was they wanted voluntary concession money to be diverted to the library foundation. And I think as a policy, we've discussed among council that we didn't see that as something that we wanted to set precedence on. These are really capital areas that needed investments and not foundations as kind of separate nonprofit entities. So I wanted to make sure we at least circle back with them. They also requested that parks and libraries as VCs be split out. And so I don't know if staff can provide a recommendation on what that split might be. That's not the first time we've heard from the library board, so I figured we should owe them a response. And then while we are on the topic of library, I think in the mayor's meeting, 2 mayor's meetings ago, we had talked about seeing whether Mary Riley Stiles could be included as part of the regional effort to distribute free rapid COVID testing. Do you have an update on that?
So the city is in the process of procuring tests, and so as has been reported in a lot of news outlets, those tests in terms to buy them at any kind of a scale has been difficult. We've had orders placed and then orders canceled with numerous vendors, and that's been the issue that I think we're right on the verge of overcoming. I think late last week we had I think a vendor that was agreeing to deliver tests, and so I'll have more to report to council on that. What we've been working on for a fairly lengthy period of time is just to order a take-home test that would be used for employees that are not vaccinated, and that has been something we've been working on for a number of weeks. Scaling that purchasing order up for a context of serving the broader community is something that I think once we solve sort of our initial procurement problem of finding a vendor that can supply them to us, it is an eligible use of ARPA dollars. Council has already appropriated dollars for that purpose, and so we do want to follow up on council's intent, and the problem simply has been logistics at this point.
Great. And then my third one is I just wanted to say thank you to EDO staff, in particular Becky and Jim, for their personal attention in solving the La Tingaria issue. I think we've talked about a couple of follow-ups around the code. I think a specific request for Carol to look at that section of code to make sure that we clean that up, as well as some process issues on a more systematic way to kind of understand resident complaints and what the appropriate response is, and just broader parking policy issue. So let's circle back on that in January. Great. Thank you. That's it.
All right, anything else? Ms. Hiscott?
I had just a quick comment. I wanted to thank Sandy for speaking today about that National Wildlife Program. I just think it's a great example of how many different community organizations work together to benefit the city, the VPIS, library, ESC, Scouts, and schools all work together to do a tremendous amount of work to support our staff and to support our environment. Just wanted to thank all those involved.
All right, thank you. Other comments? Mr. Duncan?
I'd just like to thank the clerk and the deputy clerk for making arrangements for our reception tonight before our meeting, and made for a nice atmosphere, and we appreciate the extra time that took.
All right, any other comments? So, Mr. Shields, maybe you could put the next slide up. I just wanted to make note, on December 1st, one of our colleagues, Dave Snyder, was recognized by the Schar School of Policy and Government at George Mason University. And here is a photo. He was just one of 4 regional leaders from Northern Virginia to be recognized at a very special event, well-attended event at George Mason University. So congratulations to Mr. Snyder for that special honor. Mr. Shields, do you want to go on to the report of the city manager?
Well, thank you, Mayor Tarter. Just a couple of things to report on, and then the majority of my reporting time will be handed over to the auditor, and the independent auditor will present their annual findings. Before I get to that, I do want to just join and on behalf of city staff, thank Councilmember Lichtgenhaus for his leadership, and it has been a great pleasure working with you. You've been very supportive of employees, as your comments indicate tonight, and that is greatly appreciated, and your general positive leadership. Thank you, sir. And to all of the new council members, City staff looks forward to working with you. Our job is to make democracy work in the City of Falls Church, and we look forward to rising to that challenge and all of the good things we'll be able to accomplish in the coming term. As we're waiting for the auditor, I think the auditor is joining remotely, and our Chief Financial Officer, Kieran Bawa, will introduce our auditor. We do have a relatively clean audit report. I think there was one finding. We'll discuss that, but really appreciate having our books scrubbed, as well as the school administration, and a unified audit. And given the amount of federal dollars and also the scale of city capital operations, this audit process is always important every year, but is particularly so at this time, given the federal dollars and capital dollars that we've been expending in the past year. Ms. Bawa.
Good evening, Mayor Tarver and members of the council. We have for you the city's annual comprehensive financial report for fiscal year ending on June 30th, 2021, which was conducted in accordance with the Code of Virginia. The city as a reporting entity comprises of the primary government and its component units, which include Falls Church, City Public School, and the Economic Development Authority. So these financial statements have been audited by Brown Edwards and Company, which is a firm of licensed certified public accountants. And annual audit, just to mention a little bit on the process, is a long drawn process that starts in June of every year. A good amount of time is spent with the auditors and involves input from most all departments within the city. I want to acknowledge the immense amount of work that's managed by Ms. Melissa Ryman, the city's Deputy Director of Finance, and her team, and fiscal staff in various departments citywide. There's a lot of back and forth, so thanks to all the people involved here. And now I would like to introduce Ms. Megan Arganbright from Brown Edwards and Company to present the highlights of the audit process. She is with us here virtually.
Yes, hello everyone. Thanks for having me. Thanks for letting me do this virtually also. As Kieran said, Melissa and team and the entire staff of the city and schools are very understanding and extremely helpful in getting us through the audit process. We did issue a clean, unmodified opinion. That's the opinion you want. That means that the financial statements are accurate in all material respects. We do issue an internal control in relation to opinions, so we do not test your internal controls, but we do gain an understanding of them in order to form our opinion. The financial statements are really the best way to take accounting information and data and put it in a format that people can use as needed. Some couple of financial note disclosures. You guys have tons and tons of pages on your pension and OPEB, and sometimes the debt note, which is note 10, fund balance note is note 25. Sometimes those can get lost in there. There's also a lot of required supplementary information. This information, as it's named, is required and must be included. It's mostly pension and OPEB related. There's also other supplementary information that includes information on the schools, the EDA, custodial funds, and non-major governmental funds. At the back of the report, there's a compliance section. We did test for federal compliance. We tested CRF, Coronavirus Relief Funds. We've tested that pretty much at every local government this year. And we've also tested Federal Transit Cluster. We perform procedures in accordance with the APA guidelines, the Auditor of Public Accounts, and as well, and that's also noted in that compliance section. We issue a what we call a management letter. It's a letter on internal controls. We did have some recommendations. The benefit of us coming in from as an outside party and being independent is we're able to look at things from a different perspective, and we're able to look at controls and processes and provide some guidance and recommendations on those. There's also some information in that letter about accounting and other matters. Those are about standards coming up. The next large one is leases, which will be applicable for next year. The third deliverable that you guys have in front of you is the letter to those charged with governance. This is the most standard of the deliverables. It has information that has to be reported, such things as estimates. Your financial statements have a lot of estimates in them, and we have to tell you about them. So your pension, your OPEB, your allowance, your capital asset lives, all of those things are estimates and can impact the numbers in the financials. There were no corrected misstatements. That means there was no audit adjustments. And that's something to be proud of. That is a testament to the knowledge and efforts put forth by the finance staff. There were also no uncorrected misstatements, which is even really a bigger deal, because that means that there's really, truly, when you have nothing that was corrected and nothing that was uncorrected, it means that things really were in amazing shape and very impressive finance department. Attached to that letter is the management representation letter. That's about 9 pages, but when we come in and do an audit, we ask a whole lot of questions, and these are all the things that management has, essentially taking responsibility for. So, do you guys have any questions? That's presentation.
Questions, Mr. Duncan?
Congratulations to our CFO and staff for a clean audit report. When you say the information that's before us, is there a document that's printed this time around, or is it all virtual? I just remember a very stirring introductory letter that I usually enjoyed reading every year. Is that part of this packet?
It is. It should be part of the PDF that you guys got. Yep, beautiful. And we will be mailing paper copies. They just were not there for tonight.
That's for the auditor. All right, is there more to your presentation? If so, continue.
Nope, that's it, guys.
That's it. That's good. That's what we like to hear. Short and sweet and a clean report.
That's what I was going for.
Well, that's what we're going for too, so thank you. Any other comments or questions from council? If not, we're going to thank you for all the great work you've done, and particularly here on city staff, Ms. Bawa and company. We appreciate you doing the work that it takes to get a clean report, so thank you all. Let's keep moving then. Let's move on to business on the agenda. Madam Clerk, will you call the first item?
Yes, we have TO 21-17, ordinance approving deed of partial release of restrictive covenants, deed imposing new restrictive covenants, and deed to vacate existing easement, which traverses the center line for lots A and B as part of property at 405 North Van Buren Street, RPC number 53-101-128, Falls Church, Virginia, by owner applicant Stephen Hiscott.
All right, Ms. Hiscott.
I wish to state on the record that I have disqualified myself from participating in Agenda Item 10A1 because I have a personal interest in the property at 405 North Van Buren, which is owned by my husband and me, and which is the subject of the transaction in that item. I will now step off the dais for the duration of this item.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Shields, who's going to be handling the staff?
Thank you, Mayor Tarter, members of council. The staff recommendation tonight is to defer action on this item to the meeting of January 10th, 2022. And the reason for that recommendation is that we did make efforts to reach all of the surrounding property owners, as directed by the City Council at first reading when that occurred in November. The property owner immediately to the north lives overseas, and we ultimately did make contact with that property owner, but only late last week. That property owner's attorney has written us in response to our outreach to them to request that they be given time to provide their thoughts on this requested action. And so on that basis, or that's the basis for the staff recommendation. I will note that I don't believe that there is a legal requirement to defer it, and nor was there necessarily a technical legal requirement to provide notice, as this is not a zoning action or other things that are governed by those types of state statutes with respect to notice. However, out of a desire to make sure that this is fully transparent and at the explicit direction of the City Council, those are the actions that we've taken, and our recommendation flows from that.
All right. Are there comments or questions? Vice Mayor Connolly?
Mr. Shields, we voted on this first reading November 22nd, and we knew we were going to come back here December 13th. But as I'm looking at these comments, it looks like the letters didn't go out to the neighbors till December 2nd. That's a large part of the time that the neighbors should have had to consider this. It was Thanksgiving was in there, but if I count right, that's 6 business days. And I'm wondering, why did that take so long if this is something that had a limited window?
I can answer that. Gary Fuller, the staff on this. The typical notice we do is 10 days in advance for subdivision site plans, and so we use the same method, first-class mail, notified all the adjacent property owners within 150 feet, and that was done on December 2nd, 10 days in advance. The mailing, so that's just the regular way we've done it. I didn't have any instructions to do otherwise, so we just did the standard way. We also posted the property with signage. I did have 2 calls off of that. In addition, we reached out by email to follow up on the adjacent property owner to make sure that they were aware of the scheduled public hearing. And so we had extensive outreach, and so like I said, while this wasn't legally required, as the manager had said, we wanted to fully notify, and so we used several methods, and it was fruitful. So, thank you.
Ms. Hardy?
Thank you. So I know the item in front of us is debating removing the property deed restrictions, but I did want to make sure the public heard the difference between accessory structure versus accessory dwellings, and so maybe a question for Ms. McCoskey.
So this was alluded to by a speaker earlier, but an accessory dwelling includes a list of, is a unit which would allow for various activities of living, including bathrooms, cooking facilities, living rooms, etc., as sleeping. And so in order to be a dwelling unit, you'd have to have all of those. Accessory dwellings are only permitted when they are attached to the main structure. But when not all of those elements are included, the building can be defined as an accessory structure, which is accessory and subordinate to the main use on the property. And that's what's being built here, is there will not be cooking facilities.
And it's done by right, so it does not require a special use permit, unlike accessory dwelling.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Is there any member of the public who wishes to speak to this matter?
I'm sorry, I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Just to be clear, so the last letter or comment we're waiting on is a review from one neighbor that's living abroad. Have there been any other objections from any other neighbors to this, or any comments?
Mr. Fuller, would you
Yes, there was
answer that question?
Yeah, there was a Mr. Craig that also sent information that the clerk mentioned earlier. And so his comments were negative, and he had 4 main points. in which he opposed this, and foremost was he wanted to make sure that the adjacent property owner at 501 had received notice and so forth. And with the mailing of the letters 10 days before, it was sent to the address on file, which was a Woodbridge address for the property. We also contacted the renters that are in 501 as well, and then reached out through email to the owner overseas. And so subsequently, while notice went out by letter 10 days in advance, the follow-ups are what eventually reached the overseas owner. So thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I move to defer action on and continue the public hearing for TO 20-17 to January 10th, 2022.
We have a second?
Second.
So, sir, I know you've spoken earlier, and so unless you have anything new to add, this motion is to defer this case. So the case will be heard if this motion is successful in January. So it will not be action now. But unless you have anything else new to add, I would just say, I think we've heard your piece. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Yes, and the public hearing was deferred?
Yes.
That was correct. Okay. Thank you. Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Mr. Lichtenhouse? Mr. Lichtenhouse? I've never mispronounced your name.
I'm going to abstain.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Shantz Hiscott has recused herself. Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
And Mayor Tarter?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
All right, and so for the information for the public and for the applicant, this matter is deferred until January 10th, 2022. You are all welcome to speak at that time. It will be a public hearing. The public hearing has been continued until that time. So anyway, thank you all for coming out, and we'll hear this matter on January 10th, 2022. All right, let's move on to the next item.
I'll get Ms. Shantz Hiscott in back. Oh, okay, she's coming back. Our next item is TO 21-16, ordinance to amend, reenact, and recodify Chapter 42, Article 5 of the Code of the City of Falls Church to reconstitute the Public Utilities Commission, and this is also a public hearing.
All right, Mr. Shields?
Well, thank you, Mayor Tarter, members of council. So the council is requested to reestablish a Public Utilities Commission, which would be composed of 5 residents of the city who would work with staff in developing recommendations to the city council and the development of policy with respect to the running of the city's 2 public utilities, the stormwater utility and the sanitary sewer utility. The existing PUC code section focused primarily on the water utility and has not functioned since the sale of the water utility to Fairfax Water in January 2014. This ordinance was granted first reading on November 22nd and is now before the City Council for second reading, public hearing, and final consideration. Be happy to answer any questions the council has.
All right, council questions, comments? Ms. Hardy?
So 2 comments. So wholly support standing this up and look forward to kind of having citizens involved in this. 2 requests that hopefully go on the first wave of the work plan. So one in response to the comments we've gotten from the Broadway and other areas that aren't yet prioritized in the first set of funded projects. Hopefully we can have the Public Utilities Commission give us their recommendations on that. And then the second item, hopefully it will make it on the work plan, is a policy that I've mentioned before, that in Arlington, they found that they actually have the authority to retain the first 3 inches of stormwater in residential redevelopment. I believe that is a prudent policy that we should follow as well, and so hopefully the Public Utilities Commission can make a recommendation and start work on that as well. Thank you.
Other comments, Ms. Hiscott?
I just want to, again, echo Letty's comments about the 3 inches of stormwater, the environmental, the ESCs in support of that, as I am personally as well, identifying how we can do that through this public utility. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Duncan?
Just a timetable question. So we pass this tonight, and we then advertise the 5 positions, and we hope that the Appointments Committee can fill this group by when? January, February? Have any idea?
We look forward to applicants as soon as possible.
Okay, so this will be advertised basically pretty soon and over the holiday season, and maybe by the time we come back in January, we might have an applicant pool for the Appointments Committee to consider. Is that?
We definitely have a plan in place. The deputy clerk is on it, so we'll get that in the process immediately after adopted.
Great, okay. I think that's important. I'd like to second what Ms. Hardy said about the Broadway. I think that we've talked about that a little bit before here, but that is a matter of some urgency, I think, and as are all the other issues in this group's purview. So I look forward to getting the committee stood up, staffed up, and working in the early new year. Thanks.
Thank you. Other comments, questions? Any member of the public wish to speak to this matter? Seeing none, the matter is closed to the public. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve ordinance TO 21-16.
Second.
We have a second. Ms. Hardy, Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Mr. Lickenhouse?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
And Mayor Charter?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you call the next item?
And we have another public hearing, TO 21-14, ordinance to amend Chapter 40, taxation of the Falls Church City Code to add a new Article 20 to impose a tax on the use of certain plastic bags.
All right. Mr. Shields?
Okay, thank you, Mayor Charter, members of council. So, as the clerk noted, the council has requested to amend Chapter 40 of the Falls Church City Code to add a new article that would require grocery stores, pharmacies, and convenience stores, those three classes of stores, to collect a 5-cent tax on certain disposable plastic bags. This item was before council on November 8th, 2021 for first reading, is now before council for second reading, public hearing, and final consideration. Zach Bradley is our Director of Public Works, and he has been overseeing the staff work for this. Our staff lead on it is Lonnie Marchetti, our Solid Waste Coordinator, and she's also been assisted by Kate Walker, our Environmental Coordinator. And so, Zach, I think I'll turn it over to you or to Lonnie in terms of providing additional background in the staff report for this item.
Yes, I'll take it, Mr. Shields. So I think you did an excellent job summarizing this. There are not many changes in this since the November 8th reading. It is still the same effective date of April 1st of 2022. As well as how the bag tax gets phased in, notably in terms of what the retailers can keep and when they can keep it. I do want to note for council's benefit tonight that we have sent letters to all 20 businesses that are eligible for us to collect the bag tax from. Those were sent, I believe, November 30th. We have not heard back from anybody as of this morning. We are going to give them maybe another week to week and a half. And if we don't hear anything, Ms. Marchetti is going to walk around and kind of go door to door with translation services to talk to any manager, owner, whoever she can get a hold of. Other than that, this ordinance is pretty much the same. Couple of typos that were corrected in this, but no other further changes.
And just a couple of notes that were discussed at first reading. One, the intent and purpose of this ordinance is to provide a price incentive for people to move towards either reusable bags with their grocery shopping or convenience store shopping or pharmacy shopping. There are plastic bags that are exempt from this, including plastic bags that would be used for wrapping perishables or meat or other perishables that would fit within your grocery bag. The revenue from this tax can only be used for environmental programs, environmental cleanup, or pollution mitigation, or educational programs, or the provision of reusable bags to SNAP recipients or Women's, Infants, and Children Program WIC beneficiaries. Those are a couple of things that were discussed at first reading. I'll just note them again. In the staff report, it does lay out additional data and some of the policy background. This has been an item that has been on the City Council's legislative program and in the Environmental Sustainability Council's work plan for many years. And with the General Assembly's action to authorize local governments to enact such a tax, we brought that forward again this fall with first reading back in early November. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shields. Questions? Ms. Hardy, then Ms. Hiscott.
Thank you. At shopping at grocery stores outside the city, I noted that some retailers are already advertising the changes elsewhere, so I think we'll be joining in with the region if we adopt. I think also at first reading, we talked about providing assistance to low and fixed income residents with tote bags. Is that still staff's plan?
Mr. Bradley, do you have any information on that from Ms. Marchetti?
Yes, I can say that it is our plan. Unfortunately, I cannot speak to the very specific details, but we do have bags in stock and in storage up at the property yard. So we are gearing up for a program.
Ms. Hiscott?
My question was just similar, that it's anticipated that the tax we collect will cover our SNAP recipients, and so it sounds like we have some in stock already, and we'll know, anticipate that the revenue that comes in would be able to ensure that those most impacted or that could be most impacted will have an alternative. I just want to make sure that that's clear. And then the other question, is there any concern or any thought that at the state level that this would be repealed with the change in governance?
I've not heard anything specific, and I see Ms. Mester is otherwise occupied, but I don't know if the legislative liaisons have discussed that as a possibility.
Well, I'm a legislative liaison, so we haven't discussed that. I just had been asked that by a couple community members, and I didn't know the answer to that question, if that was something that was discussed, possible, maybe assume it's possible.
Cindy, the question was, have any of the regional legislative liaisons been bringing up the possibility of the General Assembly taking a different direction on the plastic bag tax in the upcoming session?
There's been no discussion to date on that. Something we can monitor.
Thank you.
So Mr. Snyder has his hand up, and after that, we'll go to Mr. Lichtenhouse. Mr. Snyder?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we had a citizen address us tonight raising questions about the effectiveness of the plastic bag tax. So I wondered if city staff could address those comments. They were quite extensive and I think deserve, well, first of all, we all listened, but I am interested in staff responding to those comments.
Yes, staff can respond. I unfortunately don't carry the expertise, so I can't respond tonight, but we can certainly do so to council in a memo. I can say we do acknowledge that there is a potential for a second life for any kind of single-use plastic bag that would be taxed under this legislation, but I can't speak to the specifics of likelihood or recycling at the stores and so on and so forth as was brought tonight.
My question really went to the effectiveness. Since the purpose of this ordinance is to reduce plastic bag pollution, I think the speaker challenged whether in fact these taxes do that. So that's a specific comment that I think is relevant to the action we're taking. So I would appreciate if staff would respond to that.
So that specific question I can respond to, and it has been shown in surrounding jurisdictions that plastic bag use has decreased overall.
As a result of this measure.
Correct. Yes.
Right. And just a comment, I think we're exercising limited authority given to us by the General Assembly. I think it's unfortunate that the phraseology is such that because what it really is a way to prevent pollution, and then whatever money is generated will be used for a similar purpose. So it's not like the money is going to the general coffers or that we're taxing because we want to tax. Rather, this has been shown to be an approach to reducing plastic pollution and the other negative effects on the whole recycling system. So that's the way I'm looking at it, and we'll support it for that purpose, and also the comment that in fact it is effective for the intended purpose based upon the experience of other Northern Virginia jurisdictions. Thank you.
Collected is going to go to cleanup. There've been some mention either in comments, I can't remember if it was staff or someone that wrote in about remediation efforts in stormwater, because a lot of this stuff is collected. The residual bags that float around or may end up in creeks, stormwater. Is any of this money, the tax revenue, going to be used for cleanup?
So we haven't set the budget on the use of the funds. This is really not intended as a revenue source. It's intended to send a price signal to encourage people not to use plastic bags and to use other ways of getting their goods home. One thing I would just add to what Mr. Bradley reported, and I'm with him in that I'm not an expert in this area, but our solid waste staff and I have toured our waste treatment facilities, and we do hear from the experts at our recycling centers and at the waste treatment facilities that we pay into that plastic bags are an enormous cost to the system, that they cause a lot of damage to the equipment, and that they're sort of a constant maintenance effort for our solid waste facilities, either recycling or at the West Dock Station. And so I think part of the motivation, which is difficult to quantify, is that these bags do have a very high social cost. And it shows up in our tax rate in terms of the cost we have to pay to treat our solid waste. And so I think the General Assembly's intent, and I think probably part of the rationale from our surrounding jurisdictions, is to show, to have some representation of what that cost is to society there at the checkout counter, and to try to help influence some decision-making at that point of sale.
Okay. I'm not going to resurrect my lengthy comments from first reading. I'm going to reluctantly support this. I don't typically support anything that's going to add additional taxes on anyone, but in this particular case, I understand the intent. I think it's a bit of a half-baked solution out of Richmond to solve for a specific problem, but as someone that spends a lot of time outdoors in the woods and creeks and rivers and streams and lakes, I get tired of seeing these. So anything that we can do to mitigate or lessen the impact of that and reduce the number that are in circulation out there in the natural environment, I support that. But again, this is a very blunt instrument to try to get us to an answer, which is reducing these single-use bags. So those are all my comments. I support it, but hope that better solutions evolve in Richmond at some point.
All right, thank you. Any additional comment from council?
Just one question, if I could.
Sure.
I just wonder, Zach, this may be outside expertise too, but the other jurisdictions, when they institute these, do they show or anticipate a brief upsurge in the number of paper bags that are desired and produced and provided until people, make the transition to carrying around their own bags? Is there, as you talk to the stores, what's your sense of the paper bag supply for, the early days of this?
That is something I cannot speak to. That's actually the first I've even thought about that. Talking to other jurisdictions, notably DC and Maryland, that conversation has never come up. So I couldn't even speculate on an answer.
And the other three jurisdictions nearest us, they start theirs in January, so maybe we could see what their experience is, and just, again, a transition period might be not a bad time to provide some extra paper bags.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open it up this conversation to the public. Does anyone wish to speak? Yes, I see. Sandy, please.
I just have a question. I'm a big user of compostable plastic bags for the great programs that the city offers for getting rid of our kitchen waste. So a lot of the more progressive stores in our area will send you home with compostable bags that you can put your produce in. Are they specifically allowed to continue with this, or is this going to cause all of a sudden those stores to say, oh, no, we're not giving any bags for produce?
So my understanding is that bags that you would put your produce in are exempt from this ordinance. Mr. Bradley, can you confirm that?
Yes, that is the case. Those bags should be exempt from this ordinance.
All right, any additional public comment? Seeing none, the matter is closed to the public. Any additional council comment? If not, is there a motion? Ms. Hardy,
Mayor, I move to adopt TO 21-14.
we have a second?
Second.
Ms. Hiscott on the second. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Mr. Lickenhouse?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
And Mayor Tarter?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, council.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to the next item.
Our next item is also a public hearing on TO 21-15, ordinance to amend ordinances 2026, 2027, 2032, and 2034 regarding the budget of expenditures and revenues appropriating funds for fiscal year 2022 for the General Fund, School Operating Fund, Affordable Housing Fund, Community Development Authority Fund, and the Capital Improvement Program funds.
All right, thank you very much. Vice Mayor Conley, I'd like to make a disclosure.
I make the following statement before City Council's discussion of TO 21-15, an amendment to the FY 2022 General Fund budget. I am an employee of the Falls Church City School Board and am a member of a group of 3 or more persons who may be affected by these matters. I can participate in them fairly, objectively, and in the public interest.
All right, I'd like to make a similar one. I make the following statement before City Council's consideration of TO 21-15, an amendment to the FY 2022 budget. My wife's an employee of the Falls Church City School Board, and therefore I'm a member of a group of 3 or more persons who may be affected by this matter. I can participate in it fairly, objectively, and in the public interest. Mr. Shields?
Thank you, Mayor Tarter, members of council. Kieran Bawa is going to provide council with just an update on changes to this ordinance that were considered at your last meeting, and give you that update. As she's getting ready to do that, I do want to just note for the public that this is an important budget amendment. It is a step in allocating some of the initial investments of using the city's allocation of American Rescue Plan Act funds, as well as FY 2021 year-end balance. We began this discussion back in September with the review, well, really the ARPA discussion back over the summer, but the joining that in with the discussion of the year-end balances in September. In October, mid-October, the City Council laid out some basic strategies with numbers associated with them. Since that time, we've had 2 town hall meetings that were dedicated solely to this item. We also had out to the public 2 questionnaires or input forms, one dedicated directly to the business community and the other to the community at large, so that we could get information from the community in terms of their thoughts on priorities for needed investments in the city. Ms. Bowell will hit some of the highlights of that, but the major areas in funding includes $7.4 million as to advance the work of stormwater and addressing flooding following the recommendations of the Stormwater Task Force. So that is a major part of the strategy, as well as other critical strategic objectives. One of the big areas of work that we've had in the last several weeks is working with employees as well as with City Council on addressing pressures that our workforce has experienced in the area of compensation. So we'll also summarize the changes to compensation that we'd be doing mid-year in response to one, austerity that we enacted during the COVID pandemic, but also price escalation and inflation, which households of our workforce are experiencing right now. And so we appreciate these strong steps. As we go forward and look into FY23, we'll be doing a compensation study to continue our market research on employee compensation, and there'll be a further discussion about compensation, obviously, in the context of next year's budget. In addition to that, given the price pressures that everybody is experiencing in our community, we also know in FY23 we'll be looking to make sure that whatever the tax burden is, that it's distributed equitably between commercial users and residential users, and we'll talk about that next after this item in terms of budget guidance for 2023. But first, to focus on this mid-year budget amendment, let me turn it over to Ms. Bawa for a quick summary of the major items in it and changes since the council last saw this at your last meeting. Ms. Bawa?
Good evening, Mayor Trotter, members of the council. So we have for you the second reading of this budget amendment. And slide number 2 shows the total allocation of the $3.13 million in the year-end general funds that was proposed at the last meeting. The numbers in blue are the ones that have changed based on the motion that was adopted and the changes that were in the motion last meeting on November 22nd. So the next 2 slides have the changes in details. Slide number 3 shows the employee compensation piece. As city manager mentioned, collectively agreed with the employee assistant EAC and the management is a 3% salary increase and a $1,500 bonus for all employees on the books as of June 30th of this year, and a $1,500 special bonus for those who worked in person during the initial period of the pandemic, and those who did not get the hazard pay. So this total package is costing $905,000 to implement for the half the year on the salary increase and the bonuses, which is going to be funded by $510,000 using general fund and $395,000 using ARPA. The $200,000 that the council added as an amendment to the change motion was split $140,000 for ARPA from ARPA and $60,000 from general fund. So the total impact to the general fund is $510,000. And these are going to be paid out in the December 22nd paycheck that's coming up next. The other 2 changes that the council directed staff was to increase the sidewalk allocation by $100,000 for a total of $200,000. And that has been done by reducing the transfer to capital reserves and added $100,000 for staffing level study. Again, also funded by use of capital reserve, the transfer of capital reserve reduction. So just going back to the summary slide really quickly, which is slide number 2, just want to mention that the capital reserve funding has been reduced, and employee compensation 660 includes the compensation increases, $50,000 for compensation study, and then $100,000 for staffing level study. And strategic initiatives saw an addition of $100,000 for the sidewalk. So that's why I just wanted to make sure those numbers were highlighted. Those are the ones that changed. And that's overall for the year-end funds. Slide 5, just to give a quick recap on the ARPA, there are no changes to that except for the premium pay numbers. So just to go over the total numbers one quick time. total ARPA allocation, the city was allocated 18 million, and council allocated $1,061,500 back in September for immediate needs, and this second reading requests a total allocation of $10,948,000 in ARPA funds, which would leave a remaining balance a little shy of $6,005,995,000, which is 33% still remaining. And a preliminary funding plan was discussed at various work sessions. So there are projects for which the funding is going to be required in 23 through 26, as these funds need to be encumbered by December 24 and expended by December 26. Request for funding for those needs is going to come in following budget amendments or as part of the budget that we present fiscal year 23 budget. So that's the intent. The 10,948,000 request that we have for you today on slide 6. Just given a quick recap of what it's for. There are no changes from the first reading. 7.4 million for stormwater projects, and those are based on the adopted CIP projects, Trip Run watershed improvements, and the 4 Mile Run, and 1.9 million for affordable housing strike fund. And 500,000 for business economic assistance, as was discussed earlier, for micro grants and to promote more outdoor business activity. And preliminary pay for the schools and the city general government, 650,000. And finally, 498,000 for the school HVAC as a grant match. So that total request is 10,948,000 before you. So that sums up my presentation and changes from the first meeting.
Council, does anyone have any? Vice Mayor Connolly?
Ms. Bawa, on the salary adjustments for staff, we're taking $510,000 from the general fund. I'm assuming that means we start next year's budget with a $1.2 million expense for salaries just to maintain this increase. Is that correct?
Yes. These salary increases are effective December 15th, so it's almost, December 5th. So it's almost 7 months, not an exact double, but pretty close.
The FY23 budget.
So one thing I would just note is that includes the bonus as well as the salary. So really, it's just the salary component that then gets folded into FY23. So Ms. Bawa, that would be just between $600,000 and $700,000. Could you give that figure?
Yeah, so 1% increase is 210, so that will be a 630,000 for next year.
Thanks, that's better. Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, I misinterpreted your question.
Other comments? Ms. Hiscott?
Just 2 quick questions. I just wanted to confirm the sidewalks total. I have some conflicting notes of my own. We started at 100K and we added 100K. We didn't add 200K because that was discussed at one point in time. Our total...
So the total is $300,000. We started $100,000, what was already in the budget that you approved last spring. I proposed $100,000, and then the council on its own motion added $100,000 to that. So we're at $300,000.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that out, that change. And then secondly, there have been folks who've asked me about the infrastructure bill and why should we spend ARPA dollars on stormwater when there could be funding for the infrastructure bill? And I just wanted to reiterate how many projects we're addressing with the ARPA, and there are plenty of projects left if we are to receive infrastructure bill funding that we could also support. There are plenty of stormwater projects to support infrastructure bill, is my understanding of it.
That's absolutely right. We did expand certain of our projects to add stormwater detention and other green water quality improvements to them in order to qualify for ARPA funding for those stormwater projects. And so we will be pursuing federal dollars for the remaining top-tier projects recommended by the Stormwater Task Force, as well as next projects in queue, which will be going through the capital planning process.
Thank you.
Mr. Snyder? You're muted.
Yeah.
Dave?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. So the issue of the Broadway has come up. It was referred to again tonight. Mr. City Manager, can you lay out exactly what the status is of the city working with the Broadway? And if we are found to have a city stormwater issue, what are we going to do about it and when are we going to do it? In other words, I'm only comfortable approving this without a specific allocation for the Broadway if we in fact have a plan in place to deal with that issue. So, Mr. City Manager, could you again lay out exactly where we are and what our roadmap is for the issues raised by the Broadway residents?
And Mr. Bradley's on this call as well. But what I can refer, what I can state is that one, the city staff have reviewed the Broadway engineering report at this point, and we are now taking steps to meet with representatives of the Broadway to discuss it with them. There are some, I think ideally it would be engineer to engineer, but my understanding is that the Broadway engineer is no longer under contract with the Broadway because he's finished his report. But nonetheless, we will engage and understand the technical dimensions of the problem and come to a clear understanding of those together with the representatives of the Broadway. From there, if there is a city stormwater project, then that gets sort of conceptually planned out, and then that would go in through the capital improvements program. And that's a process that we need to do. I would imagine, as is the case with most stormwater projects, it's not an easy or low-cost fix. If it is, then we will implement it immediately. But typically, these are complicated. So we would go through that study process and then build that into the CIP process. In terms of an immediate allocation of ARPA dollars, for the use of ARPA dollars, there does need to be a stormwater quality improvement component to the projects that are funded with ARPA dollars. And so it has been sort of in our initial review of this project, we don't believe it is well suited for ARPA, but nonetheless, first we'll get the facts on it and come to a common understanding of those facts, and then from there have a project based on those facts. So it's not, in terms of an immediate action tonight, I don't have a recommendation. I think there is more engineering work still to be done.
Thank you.
But I will say this as well, as I did speak with with a representative of the Broadway tonight just to confirm our interest in working with them and our commitment to work with them. And I know that meeting that I think there's been some missing of phone calls, but that meeting will be set up very soon.
Thank you.
Ms. Hardy?
Going back to sidewalks, I think there just needs to be a correction in the staff report, line 197. Right now, it still says 100,000. I think that should be up to 200.
I'm sorry, at which line?
Line 197.
That's correct.
Great.
Sorry for the.
No worries, it's a lot of moving numbers. But while we're talking about sidewalks, I know the staff report recommendation is that the 300,000 will be deployed on kind of short gaps of missing links, and then in January, hopefully we'll sit down with the CACT to talk about prioritization of those missing links. My hope is that we can also use some of that to repair and correct certain stretches of sidewalk, especially non-ADA sections that I've sent an email about in our commercial areas that have been long discussed.
And I would just note, I think that what you just pointed out a moment ago is an error in the staff report, but it is not an error in the ordinance. Is that correct, Ms. Bawa?
And that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Other comments or questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Duncan.
Thank you. Is now time to ask Mr. Shields about the sheriff department situation and the compensation package. I feel like when we last talked about that, you were going to have a conversation, and can you give us an update on that and generally on public safety salaries, including the police, how they fall in this project?
Sure. So we have had discussions with the sheriff's office, and I think we have an agreement on how to proceed. And I don't have those numbers right in front of me. Perhaps Ms. Bawa does and can speak to it. And while we're getting the numbers for the sheriff's department was eligible for hazard pay. And for whatever reason, we didn't execute that back when we had the CARES funding. And so there's been, I think, an agreement with the sheriff's department in terms of compensating sheriff's deputies in a manner that's slightly different than the $1,500 special bonus that Ms. Bawa mentioned just a moment ago. So while we're getting those numbers, in terms of police generally, there is an internal police market compensation study that has been completed. The essential effect of it is that our police department is approximately, and depending on sort of how you count these numbers, but to get to the middle of the basket of our regional police departments, we would need to make a 12% adjustment to police pay. And so we were working through the details of that sort of on an individual officer basis, but that's sort of the general thrust of that finding. And that would be a change to salary for police that would be different from what is happening with all other employees. And again, I've sort of stated it generally, sort of when you go through officer by officer, depending on what class they're in or what their rank is, there'll be some variance to that. But that's the main finding of that study. And so we would be making those changes at the same time as these other compensation changes are being carried out.
So those would be effective December 22nd, like the others?
Correct.
Great, thank you. Okay, well, I don't have any other questions. I just want to take a second to thank the manager and the Employee Advisory Committee for working hard over the last several weeks to get ourselves into a position to do what we're doing tonight, what I hope we're going to do tonight. It's a very significant signal from this council that we highly value the efforts, contributions, expertise, commitment, dedication of our city employees, and that I at least see this as the beginning of sort of a down payment on what I hope we can do more of in the next budget cycle. But it's a very important and timely commitment by this council coming right in the holiday season to cap off what's been a really difficult 2 years for everybody, teachers and any public employee anywhere, employees generally, of course, but the ones that we care the most about here on council are the ones that work for the city. And we appreciate their efforts, and we're trying to communicate that with this action tonight. Thank you.
Any additional comments? Mr. Lichtenhouse.
Thank you. Well, there's a line item in the budget here about the rezoning in Tenor Hill, some single-family homes, it sounds like, that have got a commercial zoning we're trying to change. Is that correct?
That is correct. And just as an update for that, for the council's benefit, we had a meeting with residents of the affected areas 2 weeks ago, did a walking tour, and this is on Tenor Hill and on Douglas and Liberty. And the affected property owners have indicated their support for making that change. And what the appropriation is for is whenever you do a rezoning, there are certain technical requirements. A survey, as an example, that's one of the most expensive things. And so once we've done that preliminary work in January or February, we'll be coming to council with a request for on the council's motion to affect that zoning change at the request of those neighbors.
Sure. Okay. But they're aware of the potential impact to their property tax bill?
They are.
Okay.
Well, they're aware of the pros and cons in terms of future use of their property, and they're thinking those things
Okay.
through, as any property owner would. We did promise also that we'd set up a meeting with the assessor. Our new assessor starts on December 20th, and we're looking forward to that. But we'll have a meeting just to introduce them if they have any questions about how their property assessments might be affected by a zoning change such as this.
Great. As long as we're checking that box, they should certainly know. Thank you.
Could you just elaborate on what you just said just a minute? I was distracted just for a moment. Just taking back to the start, this is a rezoning of,
So there are properties in the city that are of a residential character on the, essentially on the, along the corridor of South Washington Street and then on Hillwood, essentially on the southern side of that corridor. And those properties with a residential character are zoned commercial. And so the property owners have raised that to our attention and with a desire that their property be zoned residential. In the comp plan, it calls for it to be residential, and so the zoning would be carrying out the intent and purpose of the future land use map as well.
thank you. Other comments? Is there any member of the public who wishes to speak to this item? Seeing none, the matter is closed to the public. Do we have a motion?
Mayor, I move to adopt TO 21-15.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Ms. Hiscott on the second. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Mr. Lichtenhouse?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Mayor Tarter?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's been 2 hours since we've started. I maybe suggest we take a 5 or so minute break. Does anyone disagree with that? All right, let's go ahead and just meet back at 9:40. It's 7 minutes from now, so we'll reconvene at 9:40. Any thoughts on that from anybody? So we got one thumbs up. Okay, so in an effort to let you all get home a little earlier and stop paying consultants, yes, that means you. Before you get up, we're going to go ahead and call the case and have the city manager do an introduction. But, excuse me? Yeah, if you want to go ahead and get set up, if you have some boards to do, you might want to go ahead and do that. We've got one of our members who's, sure, want to put them a little closer? Yeah. So we've got a request to make them a little closer so we can see them for those of us whose vision is failing. Me. Is there anybody, we got everybody. Dave, are you on the line as well? There you are. All right.
And while we're getting organized, if I could just do a sound check with Akita Ruzi, just to make sure that she's online as well.
Okay, we're going.
And I'm.
All right.
I'm on, sorry.
Super. Akita, I just wanted to check in with you since we're skipping one item, that we're getting to this a little bit faster than if you had been watching our progress through the agenda. Thank you.
Thanks.
So are you able, staff able and ready to go? Okay, Madam Clerk, will you call this item?
I will. We have TR 21-09, resolution to grant a special exception for residential uses within a mixed-use development project and to increase the building height with a bonus of 40 feet to a maximum height of 115 feet for a development project on approximately 4.63 acres of land located at 101, 191, and 201 West Broad Streets and 150 South Washington Street, and a parcel on South Maple Avenue, real property code numbers 52-305-027, 52-305-024, 52-309-119, 52-305-014, and 52-309-116 on application by Atlantic Realty Companies. Did you want me to read the next item?
If you need to, sure.
It says information item, and this is also for the One City Center, which was the previous one that I just read. TR 21-37, resolution to amend special warranty deed dated July 23, 2013 as document number 2013225078 among the land records of Arlington County, Virginia. The deed to permit residential uses on two properties located at the intersection of South Maple Street and West Broad Street, real property code numbers 52-309-116 and 52-309-119.
All right, thank you. Mr. Shields?
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. I will just note, as the clerk just read, there are two items. The second one, the resolution on the special warranty, would go out. If the council were to vote to refer this out to boards and commissions tonight, it would accompany the documents that would go out to boards and commissions, but it does not require a vote by the city council tonight. What is before the council is the One City Center special exception application for the One City Center project. The staff recommendation is to refer this out to boards and commissions for comments, and I'll ask Ms. Akita Ruzi, who's our lead planner for this case, to provide a summary of changes to this since the last time the City Council saw this project, and then from there, we do have the development team with Atlantic Realty Companies. They will have a presentation to council that will show some of those changes and the graphics associated with them. But let me turn it to Ms. Ruzi first for a staff report.
Good evening, it's Akita. Council is being asked this evening to refer TR 21-09, the special exception application for the proposed One City Center project, to boards and commissions. The second item, like Mr. Shields said, TR 2137 is a request for a deed amendment to allow residential use on the property. This item is included in the staff report for information and does not require action at this time or referral to boards and commissions. The applications before council, starting on line 91, include special exceptions to allow residential use within the mixed-use development and to increase in building height from a maximum of 75 feet in the existing B2 zoning to a maximum of 115 feet. Staff recommendations starting at line 8 is to refer the project out to boards and commissions to allow for public input and further development of the project prior to final consideration by council in May. In terms of council's latest guidance on the application, council held a work session on November 15th and identified several critical items to address prior to referral of the application this evening. Those items are listed starting at line 39. In response, the applicant has submitted an updated draft of voluntary concessions and revised architectural illustrations. I'll let the applicant provide the details on their latest commitments, but just for a quick summary of these latest changes mentioned in the staff report. On ADUs, the revised VCs now include provisions for 25 ADUs, which is approximately 10% of the residential units. An option for cash in lieu of units is also provided and would be at the city's discretion to exercise. With respect to ground floor commercial uses, the VCs now include several key commitments. First is the anchor grocery tenant condition, which states that the 25,000 square foot corner space is reserved for a full service grocery store. Second is the retail sales and restaurant uses, which states a minimum of 6,300 square feet of non-anchor ground floor space along the Woonruff will be reserved for retail sales and restaurant, of which a minimum of 4,500 square feet would be reserved for restaurant use. The third item is the further refinement of the existing George Mason Square building facades. And based on the latest illustrations provided in the attachment, these updates include new windows, facade upgrades to the first 2 floors of the buildings, and staining and sealing of existing brick beyond those first 2 floors. I'll let the applicant talk about that in a bit there. Existing tenant support and outreach, I think I'll let the applicant address that item as well. For the community and neighborhood outreach, the applicant held a community meeting on December 2nd with the Winter Hill residents specifically. Just to report back on that discussion, the applicant provided a presentation of the project, answered questions, and took feedback from the residents. The public comments included traffic impact, project height and density, construction impacts, demand on existing infrastructure, including electricity, anchor tenant commitments, and affordable housing. Fiscal impact is discussed on line 831 as a result of the latest commercial commitments, such as the minimum square footage for grocery, restaurant, and retail sales. The projected net annual revenue for the project has increased. Based on the staff's updated fiscal analysis, the expected fiscal impact is now approximately $955,000 annually, which is an increase from the earlier projection of $706,000. I'll wrap up with schedule. Tentative project schedule is provided at the end of the report starting at line 855. Should the City Council refer to project this evening, the project would go through boards and commission review in the next couple of months, and we would come back to Council with those recommendations in March for a work session. The applicant would then submit a revised submission in March following Council's feedback, and then have additional work sessions with Council with final consideration in May. That's all I have for this evening. Thank you very much. I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Why don't we hold the questions, unless, Ms. Hiscott, did you have one? Sure, go ahead.
Just a quick one that I must not have picked up on then. The increase in fiscals per year at $955K, does that contemplate anything about the grocery tax, potentially decrease of revenue that's associated with the tax of the 25,000 square foot groceries?
It does include the grocery tax, yes.
So it includes the tax. So if we didn't have the tax, what's that impact on the financials per year?
I have that number. Let me pull that right up, sorry. Don't include the grocery tax, then it would be $113,000 less from the $955.
So 113,000 left from the 955, which was increased from
700,000.
700K. So you're still increasing from 700K to whatever that, 842.
That is correct. It's still an increase.
Okay, so if you go worst case scenario and no grocery tax and no recovery of that at the state level, we'd be at $842,000 a year net fiscal.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Other questions? If not, let's move on to the developer's presentation.
And just a reminder to turn the mics on so they're red, but only one at a time so we don't get feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mester.
All right,
And
welcome.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, good evening. My name is Andrew Painter with Walsh Colucci, working with Atlantic Realty on this project. Joining me is Adam Schulman from Atlantic Realty and our project architect, Thomas Danini. The hour is late. I'm going to reduce my remarks, just say a few things up front, and then with your indulgence, we can turn it over to the architect to receive some updated graphic renderings. We are very excited to be here with you again. As staff noted, we are asking to be referred out to boards and commissions to solicit their input and feedback. We do feel that we've made a lot of progress and edits over the last couple of months based upon the comments that we've received, especially with respect to the architecture and updating the voluntary concessions. And I do want to express our appreciation to staff for its hard work and suggestions on this. Coming out of last week's EDC meeting, I believe it was Councilman Phil Duncan who had said, when you're here on Monday night, I want you to think about what this project means. What is the purpose of this project? And, I went back through all of my notes, and I came up with really five things, 5 reasons why this is an interesting project. First, this is an effort to create a true mixed-use community at the core intersection of the city that we just haven't had before. It will complement Insight's project directly across the street. And I think when you combine that with Insight's project along with the Harris Teeter building at 301 West Broad, you're going to be creating a large walkable mixed-use district. It's not just one project, it's a series of projects that come together with our established retail and commercial offerings to really create a unique sense of place that you can come down into the center of Falls Church and find a variety of things to do. Again, it's not just project specific. You are creating a large downtown district. Second, we do view this as a very positive step in the implementation of the city's comprehensive planning policies. We've talked about them before, be it the comprehensive plan or the downtown small area plan. These are policies that go back over 15 years. Third, we do believe that this is a catalyst project for encouraging redevelopment in this part of downtown. And the city's reputation as a good place for investment has improved under your watch. And we do believe that this is simply a transformative project and one that can be a regionally significant marquee project. It's not just about placemaking and economic development, it's about housing, plus all the streetscape and transportation improvements that come with the project. Fourth, it's about substantial new commercial space in a new building, along with the rehabilitation of existing commercial spaces in George Mason Square and a modern and efficient parking garage that not only provides parking for this project, but for the downtown generally. And we are also providing more commercial than what's on the property today and better quality. We have large footprint retail, small format retail, housing, office, and restaurant uses. And we do feel confident in the amount of commercial, the amount of office and retail that we've programmed in. We're going to work very hard to secure a grocery store tenant, and that is what our VC language aims for. And last but not least, and I think Adam can probably speak to this, he has in the past, this is a project that we think is eminently buildable. As Councilman Listenhouse knows, this is a tough environment to underwrite speculative commercial space, but we are confident that this is a viable project. We think we've arrived at the right mix. As Ms. Ruzzi mentioned, we've made several changes since we were last before you. We provided an update memo that is included in your council packet, and I won't belabor going through each detail, but I wanted to let you know we have updated our voluntary concessions. Those voluntary concession updates include things that are not only just comments we've heard from council, but we've heard a variety of comments from the community. Staff provided dozens upon dozens of comments from our second submission, and they continue to come. And so there are literally hundreds of comments that have been resolved in the voluntary concessions. Things like on-site amenities, providing chamber conference space, increasing the amount of electric vehicles from 3% to 5% and more. We did have a meeting with the Winter Hill Community Association. I would rate that meeting as neutral to positive. Two members of council were there for at least part of the meeting. And there were some concerns about traffic, especially along Annandale as you come out of the Harris Teeter, and whether or not additional development can be accommodated. And these issues are going to exist irrespective of whether this project is approved. There was a question from former Mayor Nader Baruch about our commitment to our grocer, which we have revised our voluntary concessions to provide that commitment, similar to what Broad and Washington did with the Whole Foods at the grocer there. There were concerns about issues about density, but again, some very positive comments in favor of the project as well. We did meet with our retail tenant and with our ground floor restaurant tenant over the course of November. The restaurant tenant is here this evening, and we appreciate the comments that he's provided. He and I actually had never met, and so it was actually a pretty good treat to meet him. But he can certainly elaborate on the discussions that Atlantic has had, and Mr. Schulman can do the same here. There are a variety of commitments from a commercial perspective. Ms. Ruzzi mentioned the anchor space, the 25,000 square feet. There are other ground floor commercial commitments for the retail space along the Voonarf. As the mayor said, we want that space to really pop, and we want it to be active. And for that reason, we have included our target retail merchandising plan, which is in your staff packet as well. I want to express my appreciation to council regarding the affordable housing commitments that we've made. With the 25 units, it does bring the total amount of affordability to 10.16%. We are seeking a credit against the other voluntary concessions, similar to the way council has treated other mixed-use special exceptions. In terms of chamber meeting space, Councilman Lichtenhaus, you had brought this up. We have firmed up our commitment in the voluntary concessions to offer space from a commercial perspective, from an office perspective to the chamber, including the build out of that space. And we've made that offer to the chamber, and those discussions do continue. Councilwoman Hardy, you had asked about the courtyard size and whether it was going to be sufficient. There are two courtyards, and I think the one that you might have been talking about was the one on the 5th floor. Which we provided dimensions in the packet as well, but it's about 7,600 square feet, which just in terms of perspective is more than twice as large as the one that's at 301 West Broad Street. And it does have southern and western sun exposure. And then we did receive the VPIS comments as well, and we'll be happy to respond to those during the boards and commissions process. We do have several months ahead of us with respect to broad input from the community. We appreciate the feedback, which clearly made the project better. And Mr. Mayor, we do have revised architectural boards, and I'm happy to show or work with Ms. Mester to make sure that they're shown up on the screen as well for those that are watching from home. If you'd like.
That's great, thank you, we appreciate it. Do your architect have some comments as well you'd like to make, or did you cover it?
Do you want to walk through it? Sure. And here, let's make sure your mic is on.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening.
I'm going to walk you through some of these boards. Based upon our last meeting, we heard very clearly about doing something with existing buildings and also show you the extent of what we're taking the existing buildings and what we're doing the first and second floor and now moving above. So I'm going to walk you through and then I'm going to show you comparisons of before and after. So I'm going to walk you through that. So I'm going to start again with South Washington and the existing building here, and as we move forward to West Broad Street, which you can see on the screen and also on this board. Again, on this building, we have got further detail on the first, second, and floor with more glass. We looked at enhancing the signage on that side with the screen, and also then adding more glass on the top floor, and also dividing the garage into, as you can see, into 2-story spaces, so therefore it becomes more as an office building. Trying to give it that look. As we continue along, we can see between the existing building and the new garage building, we can see through. You can see there's a lot of landscaping with signage, a lot of activity. There's going to be restaurants, there's going to be some type of retail, something on the first floor. So there's always activity on the first floor. It's alive. It's not any dead corners. It's all alive as we move forward. And as you can start to see here, we started to create some bands with some new color in the building, and I want to walk you through that in a second. As we move closer to the corner, you can see how the extent of what we're doing on the first and second floor. We're literally taking the facade out on the first 2 floors, adding new windows, new retail, a lot of activity. And then on the top floor and on the other floors, we're coming in with a very heavy stain or sealer. That we're coming in, we're going to seal the whole building, and then we're going to come back and then add some architectural treatments on the top floor, and then add a different color that's a darker, so that therefore relates to the rest of the building. And we're also then changing the windows and creating new window frames and new glass. So if you can see now today, there's 4 panes. Those 4 panes will become only into 2 instead of 4. So the windows will be much a better look of the windows and more efficient. As I turn the corner, you can start to get a glimpse of your restaurant right in here. So as you can see, this is in between the buildings. So you can see we're going to be adding the string of lights and all that. So this is going to become very active, very retail in here in the whole base of the building. So I'm going to start showing you the before and the after in terms of the facade, how it is today and how it's going to be later. As you can see here, we've activated with signage and graphics all over the base of the building in here and also on the top floor. You can see the before and the after. And then here is the other facade. So you can see the comparison. Right now, this is what's there today. This is what we're going to have. So you can see the difference. There's a lot more glass. There's a lot more activity on the base of these buildings. There was a request to show the perspective as we come down. This is view from South Washington Street. This is the existing view today. We were asked to do a perspective of the new. That is the new facade. That is what you're going to be looking at. That'll be the new development. So you can see it's a much interesting, very unique, very nice facade with all the different articulations of retail and everything in the base of the building.
Can you just hold those side by side?
Side by side. And what we've done now is we're actually taking this building and blowing up, and I'm going to show you 2 comparisons. This is existing, and this is the new. This is what's there today. This is going to be the new look. So you can see the difference. Okay. Thank you. This is an image between the existing buildings as we look into what the Woodruff is on this corner, but this is in between, when you enter the corner in between the 2 existing buildings going that way. So you can see, again, we're going to string lights, create nice activity on the base of the building. Your building will be right here. Your restaurant's on this side. So as we continue the corner, you're going to see that's the entrance to the Woodruff. So you can see again, nice 2-story space that we discussed, nice articulation on the base of the building throughout. We're going to activate the Woodruff to images that you can see here. Right now, the existing buildings on one side, as you drive down that road, by the way, we're taking that road, lifting it up so it will be a flat road so you can people walk and have activities. And then we're going to open retail on both sides of the building. So existing buildings today with those blank walls, those walls will be opened up. We'll have retail on both sides, on the new building and on the existing building. So here you can see the imagery of the retail that is on both sides of the street of the Woodruff as we go in. And as I walk out, again, back to the corner and start moving towards the grocer, this is the image and what we're going to be doing to the base of the building. Here is an image of some of the articulations you can see that we discussed last time in terms of what the grocer will be there. We're going to be working with the grocers to figure out what else we can put in here, but the idea is that it's not going to be a blank wall. There will be glass. There will be articulation as we walk down the sidewalk. And then as I zoom out, again, you can see the building. Here's the corner glass element with the grocery store entrance right there on the corner, and you can see the existing building back here. So again, we're making the commitment to the base of the building, and there again is what we're looking at the corner of the building. The main entrance to the grocery. As we turn the corner, we have made the commitments, as we discussed before, of the architectural precast and articulation that we're going to have on the base of the buildings. And another thing too, I think we need to point this out, is that this is the entrance to the connection where from here you can go up and be on the Woodruff. So this makes the connection. And then here is, as I move down, here's the main lobby to the residential building that is above. You can start to see this is the articulation that we're producing for the building. And as we zoom out, this gives you an idea of what the building's going to look like. That's our presentation. Tried to keep as fast as I could again. Sorry.
Great, thank you. All right, so let's move on to questions and comments from council. Do folks have comments, questions? Mr. Duncan?
I just want to ask just one question about the existing George Mason Square building and activating the ground floor. So, what we got, the only thing I would amend to what Andrew said is that we've been working on this for 15 years. Actually, in some sense, we've been working on this corner in Falls Church since like the 1960s, trying to find the right formula. At one point, we were going to dig a trench underneath and have the roads overloop, and then, that didn't happen. We were going to build the towers. That didn't happen. We did build George Mason Square, and when it was first built in the early 1980s, it aimed to do some of the things that we're talking about here. It created a ground floor retail presence. It just never really caught on for the reasons that you outlined. So I'm particularly interested in, your all's plans. I mean, you have current tenants on the ground floor of the existing building. Most of them are office-oriented, sort of, walk in, and there's hardly any street activation except for Collins Restaurant. But, so are you guys going to basically replace not only the architectural treatment of the ground floor of the existing building, but the nature of the tenants in there as part of your retail plan?
Yeah, I'll let you come on.
Yep, go ahead.
So it's actually a two-part question. Number one, as you pointed out, we do have existing tenants in there, and our goal would be to find a proper home for those tenants in a way that made sense for them and a way that made sense for the project. But in my opinion, that there could be more activation that is done, especially along South Washington Street, and that's what our goal would be. It would be to be some more active retail, more walkable friendly, as opposed to more office in nature of what's in place today. And that would be along Washington Street, it would be along the Woodruff, anywhere that we have retail along the ground floor, that would be our goal. And I think that's really what the city needs, because as I've been saying for years, actually with meetings with the city, is that retail feeds off of retail. And the best way to have successful retail is to have additional projects like it in the same area. That's really what is going to make this city successful from a retail perspective.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course, I don't need to tell you that at this stage, who knows what the retail environment is going to be 3 years from now, when this building, if approved, would come online 3.5 years maybe from now. But, there's broad community interest in knowing as much as you can know as soon as you can know it, or at least putting together a team that builds our confidence that you're really out there swinging to get, the best ground floor retail you can. So if this moves forward tonight, that's something I'm sure that EDA will have more to say too, and maybe some of the other boards and commissions too. And the community is, keenly interested in that. Okay, I have a few other thoughts, but I think others should probably speak. I just wanted to focus in on the existing building because I don't want it to get forgotten while we're looking at the shiny objects of the new buildings.
And Councilman Duncan, if I also may, one of the things that we have not talked about is what's going to be required from a site plan perspective. So there will be a separate site plan for the new proposed building and then a site plan amendment to do all the rehabilitation for the existing George Mason Square. And as far as the leasing team, you use KLNB, but also, Atlantic makes a living doing retail and commercial development. So, they are experts at this.
Ms. Hiscott?
Yes, I just want to start with one kind of line of questions. I'm really excited to see some of the architectural changes you've made and look forward to those experts in our community commenting further on that if we move forward. I also wanted to ask some questions about the existing buildings. I work in 150 South Washington building, and we've had some HVAC problems. We have some people who won't go on one of the elevators because we've had an elevator out of service more than in service. And so I've gotten a lot of questions about the life expectancy of the current buildings. So we build a new great wraparound, and we've got George Mason Square and 150 South Washington, and which will obviously have shorter lifespans than the new project. And we haven't really talked about what happens with those. We've got some good ideas on the outside, but what's your reply to those who ask about the lifespan of those buildings and what happens next?
So the exterior alterations that we're proposing through this project, that's the extent of it. Any interior renovations would happen as a matter of time or through deferred maintenance or capital improvements or expenditures over time. But I will say that the existing buildings do provide sort of a good, accessible, not necessarily Class A, but, sub-Class A space in the city that's unique, and that if these buildings were to be torn down, they probably would not be reconstructed as brand new office buildings. But I'm diverging away from your question, so I don't know if you want to talk about it.
I actually think that Andrew addressed those issues right on the head. It's not to say that we are going to avoid the deferred maintenance. It's quite the opposite, that our intention would be to continue to be focused on the maintenance inside of the building. As I'm sure you're aware, there have been a number of improvements made to 150 South Washington specifically over the past few years, and that has been a challenge. The rent positioning that we have put that building in is to really be competitive in this market, and there are higher rents that are within the city, and we have not tried to position this building to be that model. We've tried to keep this building as more of a competitive, maybe B-class product. And we have been making improvements to the interior of the building, both cosmetic and structural as need be, and we'll continue to do that. But it is something that we'll continue to address through time.
Okay, thanks. I'll let others ask questions, although I
Mr.
might be some
Snyder?
online as well.
Sure. Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. So I do have a couple of questions. Do we have confirmation from the existing tenants that they support this project at this point, that their interests have been taken care of?
So I don't know if you want to answer that at all, but what we ended up doing, Councilman Snyder, was sending out an email in early November, alerting all tenants in the building to your leasing team and the development team, all their contact information, and offer to meet as well. I think a handful have taken you up on the offer to discuss it with them, and then you've had separate sidebar discussions with other tenants, including, I guess, Matt's Tailoring is one of them, and then also the owner and operator of Four Provinces as well. So I don't know if you want to speak to.
I would say that's correct, and I'm going to, for purposes of this discussion, because I think it is relevant, to put Four Provinces in a different boat than everybody else. The discussions that we have had with any of the tenants within George Mason Square, 150 South Washington, or Matt's Taylor have all been very positive, and I would say that those tenants have walked away without issue. We've actually had some tenants that have said that they've would like to be potentially in the new building, or they would like more space, or like to expand, and I would say those discussions have all been positive. With my discussions personally with Four Provinces and Mr. Dillon, I would say that it has been a good and healthy process through the way. It has its ups and downs, and it has been, I think, good for us to clear the air on some points, and good for us to get to the point that we are at. But we are in a much different place than we were several months ago, and I think that it's in a good place for us, and more importantly, we think we're in a good place for him. We are not at the final goal line. We haven't crossed that end zone right now, but I would say, Mr. Dillon, unless you disagree, that I would say we're awfully close, and I would hope that we're final resolved by tomorrow. That would be my take on it. But if you have anything different to say, please speak.
I think we're close. A lot will depend on, of course, lawyers, theirs and mine, and once we get that dialogue on paper, and we'll see what it looks like. I think it could be completed tomorrow. I've talked at length with Adam tonight. I've talked with length with Adam this morning. I think we have a relationship that we can say what's on our mind, and both of us have, and I think we're getting there. Are we there? Is anything signed? No. Are we closer than we were a month ago? 100 miles we're ahead of it. 5-yard line, maybe? First down and 2? No? We're close. And it, as Adam said, it could very well get done tomorrow. And we'll let you know, and we'll go from there. And if it's not tomorrow, we'll work the day after to get it done. And we are working diligently together to get it done.
I will say...
I will thank Adam's right-hand man, Andrew, who was a big part of this whole deal. Thank you.
And I will say it's, suffice it to say that there probably are no two people anywhere that want to get this resolved other than me and Colin.
Yeah, we're both very tired of it.
Yep.
Okay, thanks for that. Now, let me follow up. What specifically is the status with regard to the proposed restaurants and other commercial occupancies? The letters of intent, are they leases? What specifically is the status?
So the commitment right now, we have a letter of intent signed with the grocer, continue to work on lease negotiations. So we have committed to leasing the 25,000 square foot corner space at West Broad and South Maple to the grocer. And then along the Vunerf area, we've had a commitment to have a minimum of 70% of that ground floor space, or about 6,300 square feet, be leased to pure retail sales, and then a minimum of approximately 4,500 square feet devoted purely to restaurant uses. But I don't think that we haven't, progressed any further as far as leasing that area, those restaurant spaces or retail areas out yet.
At this point in time, to have tenants of that size and of the genre that we're talking about this far away from a redevelopment is not terribly realistic. I do not think that even if I was to sit here and provide you with letters of intent for any of that space, this many years out from the time that we would be committed to, I would say that they're, other than the fact that I would be showing you an interest that a tenant has, it's far too distant in the future to be able to say with any realty of who a tenant's going to be there.
So I'll make comments later on. Tell me the ADUs, we've moved up to 10%, but we're not, correct me if I'm wrong, we're not giving the additional amount to the school and to the parks and library, or are we?
Councilman Snyder, this would be the same situation that that was approved with Broad and Washington, where
which I found unsatisfactory, by the way. So what I understand is, in order to get the 10% ADUs, we're giving up the capital contribution to the schools and the park and the library. Is that right, Mr. City Manager? That's a question for staff.
That is correct. So what we're basically doing is reallocating the basket of community benefits to shift them to affordable housing.
Okay. Let's see, the property at the corner of Maple and Broad, there's been some comment about that the deed originally called for that being commercial, and now it's primarily residential. So what's the city get in connection with that change that's being proposed?
So I don't know if this is a question for staff or for Atlantic. I don't know if you want to answer that at all, but I mean, this is about the Matt's tailoring parcel. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. It's actually the corner parcel that the city had deeded over, and there were restrictions in that about prohibited uses, no certain personal service uses, no judo arts uses, various things, and we have included those prohibited uses. We have provided a draft amendment to that deed to remove the restriction for residential uses, understanding that in today's environment with commercial uses, the new paradigm for any commercial has got to be one that is inherently mixed use. So on the first first 3 floors of that building, there will be approximately 109,000 square feet of new commercial uses. The only way to get the 109,000 square feet of new commercial uses is to have residential above that. That's simply the way it works. And when we talk about benefits to the community, we have about 56,000 square feet or $56,000 per unit of community benefits, which is about approximately $10,000 more than the next closest one, which was brought in Washington. So I don't know if you want me to go through each of the different benefits, Councilman Snyder, but everything from transportation and streetscape to utility upgrades to housing affordability and stormwater all come as part of the project.
All right, thanks for that. I'll have comments later, Mr. Mayor, or I can make them now. It's up to however you'd like to move forward on this.
So are there other questions? Mr. Lichtenhouse, why don't you hold the comments just for a minute, okay, Dave? Mr. Lichtenhouse?
Thank you. This is for staff. The fiscals that were presented, I think Councilwoman Hiscott was asking about this. We're looking at a range of $842,000 to $955,000. Does this include the changes or incorporate changes that we had requested at EDC last week about looking at the pupil count from the new Weldon Cooper study for the schools?
It does not. We've not had a chance, I don't think, to change that. Ms. Ruzzi, am I correct in that response?
Yes, you are correct, Mr. Shields.
Okay. Yeah, just based on that study, it would be good to know, wish we had that for tonight, because it does change the fiscals quite a bit positively for this particular project, because I think our pupil count, if you look at some of the newer projects, have been much higher than what they've actually produced. And then if you look at the student count in the new Weldon Cooper projections, it looks, well, we talked about it. I don't need to beat this to death, but it's part of the equation that we need to tinker with, and we need to pinpoint to get accurate fiscals. So I think where you'll end up is probably slightly higher than what we've seen in the staff report. Adam or Andrew, the parking plan for the existing office tenants, what's the story there? Because this would be constructed effectively around them like a horseshoe. What's the plan there?
So we have submitted, Councilman Lichtenhouse, an interim and permanent parking plan. It's a draft. I believe it was maybe not attached this time around, but it's a multi-page document. And it basically breaks up the parking plan into a couple different phases. The first phase would include the demolition of the Matt's Tailoring Building, the BB&T Bank Branch Building, construction of a temporary parking lot. And then once the temporary parking lot is constructed, that then allows the existing garage to come down. And then the construction of the new garage goes up, and the temporary parking lot goes away, and we're able to then construct the building on top of that.
Okay.
And there's various permutations to that as well. But
And most of the tenants been notified of the number of spaces that be available and at what time?
I'll say two things to that. Number one, yes, but and number two, between George Mason Square and 150 South Washington, every tenant, with the exception of one, because it's a GSA lease and doesn't provide for this modification, has language within their lease describing that there's going to be a parking plan due to the new redevelopment and what our responsibilities are along with that.
Okay, excellent. And then the question about community benefit, I do recall that there is a park that is planned here as part of this on the corner, and that's the corner of Annandale and Maple?
That's correct.
Excellent. I didn't see a picture of that tonight, but I think we've seen that before. So I just want to point that out for the general community's benefit as they're looking at this. I will say, after the presentation at the EDC, and I think, and I said this before, thank you all for the improvement to the architecture on George Mason Square. I was exceptionally critical, I think, last time you guys were here about that. But it's a vast improvement. And thank you for the shot coming down Washington. Seeing the articulation and the massing and the different treatments makes a huge difference. It's a very big difference, and from a real estate perspective, it's very real money that you guys have put into the redesign and improvement of those existing buildings. So thank you for that. I do think that there will be some improvements on this project if it makes it through first reading, and it's the benefit of wonderful boards and commission system. But thank you all for the improvements to date in the last iteration. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we're moving into comments. Why don't we just go ahead, Ms. Hardy?
Thanks. One question and then comments. Mr. Painter, I think you mentioned percentages of the commercial use. So I appreciate the detail you've put in the VCs by adding the square footage commitments. Do you happen to have those percentages again? Because I think that gives me a better sense of what the feel of this development will be.
Yes, and unfortunately, I think, and Akita, or Ms. Ruzzi, I don't know if you happen to have the fiscals in front of you, but it's approximately 24% commercial square footage and 76% residential square footage.
And then out of the 24% commercial, what percentage is going to be the grocer versus retail sales versus restaurants?
That I don't have in front of me, but again, it's approximately about, of the 109,000 square feet of new commercial, approximately 43,000 square feet is office. And then the balance, the 66,000 or so, is new retail. And of the 66,000, 25,000 is the grocer.
So a third of the
retail.
Of the retail is grocer, and then the rest is your retail sales, and then there's a small percentage that's going to be non-service retail?
Well, there would be retail sales and retail service and restaurant included in the balance of that. We do not yet know the makeup of the retail service versus actual retail sales. And so staff, when they did the fiscals, just ran it all as retail service, which from a return perspective is probably the most conservative way to look at it. But we're trying to have flexibility so there's no dark spaces anywhere, along our street frontages.
Great. Well, like Ross, I appreciate the responsiveness to the architecture concerns that we've highlighted. I think it's certainly made improvements. As I mentioned in EDC, I still think parts of it are a bit flat. But if it does pass first reading, hopefully the AAB and others can take a crack at it as well. Also appreciate the diligence in working with your tenants. Hopefully you do get to the touchdown if we are at the 5-yard line at this point. I did want to actually touch on what Mr. Snyder talked about around affordable housing. So while I am really glad to see that we are at 10% affordable housing and certainly was in support of reallocating other VCs at the Broad and Washington project, I think what the Broad and Washington project did not have is that deed restriction. And so if this does make it past first reading, I would like to think about whether there's an opportunity there to up the 10% beyond, because you are asking for this deed restriction, which we have not had in other projects. So I'll just leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Other comments, Vice Mayor Connolly?
All right. Thanks for that presentation, and thank you for the changes. I just have a few questions, which I think are relatively simple. Mrs. Scott asked about the systems of 150 South Washington, but did you talk about the skin of 150 South Washington? How is that going to change, the upper floors of that?
South Washington?
We briefly saw, I think your first
I think it was the windows.
poster had something, the first floor will change, but the upper floors, will the upper floors change?
First slide.
They should change.
So this is the new look of South Washington building. If you notice, the base of the building is completely different than what it is today.
Right.
And if you look at the remainder of the building, even the color of the mullions and everything is totally different than what it is today, because they will be replaced. Glass will be replaced, new windows. So we're in the process of looking into all of that.
On all four sides of this building? Not just the side facing South Washington Street?
Yes.
This is all four sides? Okay, thank you. On the line items 338 in the staff report, it just mentions there's items requested for council's input related to retail uses, and that would be in the voluntary concessions, things that had been prohibited in other recently approved projects that are not prohibited here. and I'm assuming that the VC list will evolve as we go, but this lists barbershops, beauty salons, nail salons, yoga studios, shoe repair shops, and facilities for preparation, processing, and assembly of electronic goods that had been, they have been prohibited in other recently approved projects, but they're not listed here. I'm wondering if that's on purpose, accidental, just something that,
Councilman, Vice Mayor Connolly, the barbershops, beauty salons, nail salons, these are
Yeah.
uses that we think are actually very compatible with downtown Falls Church. They do provide, service uses. They provide, they're part and parcel of a functioning downtown. They do exist up and down West Broad Street and North Washington Street in the mixed-use redevelopment projects. Again, any of these, we think that they're appropriate uses.
okay. So I think as we go forward on this one, if we do it forward, we need to just take a look at that before we get to second reading and make sure that those are uses that we'd like there. And then my last question is, somewhere I saw that there were going to be balconies added, and I did not see them in any of your drawings, but I'm sure they're there. What side did we add balconies to?
Those, I don't know if Thomas, you want to bring that up.
We've added balconies throughout the buildings.
Okay.
We should,
Probably
specifically on this facade, if you can see, all of this is balconies in here, all of this is balconies in here. So we've added extensive, and then on this side, unfortunately,
20.
on this side, we've also then added balconies. On this, we've added balconies. On here, we've added balconies all the way up and down. So we've added quite a number of balconies.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks for pointing this out.
Ms. Hiscott?
Yes, one additional comment. I just wanted to repeat what Letty said regarding, the deed and the desire to move up with affordable housing, and I support using our VCs towards that and increasing them to the extent we can. And just wanted to share my opinion with staff as well, that I'm really excited about the thought of having units in the main crossroads of Falls Church. I think that demonstrating that in our downtown, that we are adding affordable units and mixing them in with everybody else there, I think that would be a really key indicator of our support of ADUs throughout our newest affordable dwellings, throughout our newest developments. So that's all. Just wanted to put that on the record. Thanks.
Mr. Duncan?
Strongly support that view by Ms. Hiscott. I'd solicit my colleagues' opinions on that and hopefully support for it. I think, anytime we build a new building, having the security and certainty of permanent affordable units is preferable to even to having cash, which we are not quite sure what we would do with at some point down the road. So I support what she has to say on that. I did want to ask a couple questions of staff about the deed restrictions. Number one, to the city attorney, is the proposition to lift the deed restriction something that's within the power of the current council to do? Because we're essentially changing the mind of a vote that was cast back in 2012. Can we do what is being asked of us?
Yes, you can. The deed, when it was approved, specifically allowed for a future council to remove the restriction.
Okay, thank you. I was on council, I think, when that vote was cast. I frankly don't remember the details of it. Had you told me then, though, that the casting of that vote would somehow, years later, 10 years later almost, yield 100,000 square foot of commercial activity at that corner, I would have thought, well, we certainly did a great thing. And so my opinion of whether we should do it or not is colored strongly by the results that would flow from a decision to lift that deed restriction. It's essentially, putting commercial on that corner as was intended and devoting the air rights to residential. The apartment rental product, Mr. Shields, can you remind me, or whoever's on the line, how do we count revenue from apartments? Is that considered residential or commercial revenue?
from a technical perspective, the way the assessor views it, he views it as commercial property. When we consider it from a land use application, we consider apartments to be a residential use.
But in terms of how we would count the money that would come from it, it would count as part of our percentage of commercial/residential. It would count on the commercial side.
It would, although we often, when we show that number at budget time, we break it out into, we break out apartments from the rest of commercial, so you can actually see them broken out that way. And
Good, okay. All right, I just want a community understanding of that. It is sort of a hybrid sort of product. I mean, I guess you can't say it's all commercial, but it is certainly, to some degree, that we account for in our own books, is a commercial product itself. The other question is really, I guess, if we choose to move forward on this, the language speaks of 115 feet, but I asked this in the EDC meeting, from the low point on South Maple to the very highest point of the building is actually taller than 115 feet, right? It's what is the footage from lowest to high point?
So, yeah, Councilman Duncan, so along, I think as we talked about at EDC, we use average site elevation where we put in put in markers, stations around, we divide by the number of stations, and that gives you your average site elevation. So along West Broad Street, it's about 100 to 105 feet. Right at the corner, it's about 106 feet. And then Mayor Tarter had mentioned this, that it sort of increases as you go down in sort of the valley there. So at the highest point of the building, it's about 120 feet down along South Maple and Annandale. But that is also where we have a 5-story setback from Annandale.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. I just feel like the public needs to know that, and if we do move forward, I'd like to hear the AAB, Architectural Advisory Board, opine on that and how that compares to, say, the experience that you have if you're standing at Berman Park and you're looking at the backside of the Harris Teeter building. What is that number?
That is about 102 feet.
Okay, so we're talking about a building that's got some height to it. I mean, I had, former Mayor Baruch has talked with, I think, each of us. I applaud his commitment and interest in the topic, and, he asked point blank, would you support a building that tall at that location? And I said, yes. I mean, to me, that is the location in the city where that kind of height, which is, not an order of magnitude higher than what we have there, and I think it's consistent with what's planned in the small area plan for there. But nonetheless, I would invite a community conversation about what the AAB and Planning Commission and others feel about a building that, reaches to 120 feet. Okay, finally, and this is a staff question, I think, what incentives would you recommend to promote delivery of the VC on the anchor grocery? Our experience with other buildings is that every good intention is good, but it sometimes helps to have a financial incentive. Would we contemplate, and would the applicant support a position of the city that a certain percentage of the COs would be held back until the ground floor lease was signed or some arrangement? What does staff think about an enforcement mechanism to encourage the production of the ground floor space? The delivery of it, sorry.
So I think that is a very powerful tool. The certificate of occupancy is a very powerful point of leverage for the city. I'll let the developer speak to some of the issues associated with that from their perspective. But we have used that tool when we have really crucial commercial objectives that are part of the approval, and they usually are for these large projects. The commercial component is what drives the approval process. Those are not currently part of the commitments. What the commitments are is to deliver the commercial program as stated, including a commitment to the grocery anchor. But it is not currently backed by certificates of occupancy.
Okay, my recollection and experience is that sometimes over the course of the life of a project, those commitments emerge later on in the process. Sometimes they change completely depending on the product that the developer can deliver. You know, the hotel we were going to have at Founder's Row became something else, and, you know, this is a process. In other words, this is not the last time I get to spend that bullet. Is that true? And would I have opportunities later on if things are not developing as I feel as a council member they should, for me to come in and say, you know what, we need more teeth in this because I'm not feeling it?
So I think any developer that works with the city understands the importance of delivering the commercial program. So that type of discussion these are topics we have broached before. We don't currently have those in the voluntary concessions.
Okay. All right. Finally, let me just end where I began. Affordable housing, 10% units. Appreciate the staff's suggestion, recommendation. Respectfully would ask my colleagues to consider and support 10% affordable housing with units as the currency of the realm. Thank you.
Mr. Snyder?
Sure, thanks. Just a couple final comments here, and I'll be as brief as I can. I had some unanswered questions and issues with this that I think should be resolved at this stage rather than passed on, because we all know that our leverage will decrease after this evening, regardless of the intent. So let me run through what the issues are in my view. First of all, the whole grocery store, I question the viability of that. And in any event, it's just an expression of interest at this point. There are no leases for the other commercial areas. So what we have the right to assume is only that we're approving a massive number of apartments with a hope that we'll get some commercial. So I think there's more work there. While there's been nice sounds about the discussions with the existing tenants, the fact of the matter is that they apparently at this point have not been brought home, and I would also make that a condition of moving forward. I would also make it an absolute condition of moving forward that we get the 10% of the ADUs and we get the customary allocation to the schools, parks, and libraries. I would also at this stage insist that we connect the performance on the commercial to the certificates of occupancy, which again is absent from the proposal at this point. So when I put all this together, I have a lot of questions. I see a lot of pretty pictures. I know we would be moving forward on a massive set of apartments with a lot of questions about both the existing commercial and the proposed commercial. When the developer said, well, their model insists on the apartments, well, that's the so-called mixed use model. There are lots of places around this area that are 100% commercial. And I want to go back to the history of this site a minute. When we first started this development process, what we got from developers was, well, you need mixed use in this plot and that plot because you're not at the corner of Broad and Washington, where that's where your commercial would go. Well, what do we have proposed at Broad and Washington? The same sort of mixed use model that benefits developers and may or may not perform the way we have every right to expect it to perform under the special exception and in the interests of providing the finances going forward. So what we're really approving tonight is a bunch of hopes with the commercial, a guarantee of significant more residential traffic, a guarantee of significant more apartments, So in my view, this is not ready to move forward in its current state. So I'll be voting against moving this forward. My hope would be that these things could be answered successfully and in the near future so that perhaps we could move forward. But right now, I don't even know what the project is we're moving forward. Vague promises and a bunch of apartments. That's what we've got so far. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to give, I've got some questions and some comments. I know people are making comments, but I kind of just held back on some questions. So, one, can you tell me how wide the garage bay is? Can you pull that board back up? Yeah, so how wide is that from like, I don't know, the alley on the left of the garage? Yeah, to the other end of the building, you know? Yeah, go from where your finger was. You go all the way, no, from there to the other side where that guy's standing in the middle of the road. Go to the right, keep going, keep going, keep going, or stop. About how wide is all that?
That is 100 feet.
Okay. So this is basically the same comment I had before, which is I'm really hesitant to have a whole lot of frontage on a major street be garage. And that still reads to me like garage. I know you got some signage, which I can't really tell what's going on with on the right. There's a tree on the left, which if it's not too much trouble, I'd just ask in the future if you could remove it so we could see what's behind it. But I have to say, I feel like that whole bay reads like a garage. It's better than a precast concrete garage, but it still reads like a garage. I would love for you to consider some additional facades or something that makes it not read like a garage. It looks like that. It looks like you have open bays. Maybe you need some of that for ventilation, but to me, on a major street, you don't want garages and things that look like garages. So I would ask if you to take another look at that. I don't know what that could be. It could be a living wall in parts, some green, some landscaping running up it. It could be some more faux facades, fake facades, windows or whatever. But to me, it still reads like a garage, which I think is just not really what you want to do. Could you pull the next slide? That's the corner picture, going down, like, I guess it's a perspective as well.
3. I think it's the third one. Yeah, that one. 3.
Yeah, so how much higher is the garage than the existing George Mason Square?
About 25 feet.
I don't have the exact.
But like 1 story, 2 stories, 3 stories?
No, it's more like 3 stories, 4 stories.
So maybe 40 feet, 50 feet above?
Somewhere in that neighborhood, yes.
Gotcha. Again, same sort of concern as just like having a garage loom on your major intersection over a building. Like your building wants to be the prominent corner, right? Not a garage. So again, I'm just going to throw these things out for food for thought. I know they're not going to get resolved tonight, but I'm just giving you my comments, okay? And you do what you will with them. But so I would love to see that garage sort of fade back, either architecturally or actually physically. Like, in other words, the top level may be cut back a little bit on the edge so it's not looming over our intersection or over your building. So in other words, instead of the building being 4 stories higher, yep, right there,
So maybe
maybe it's
step it
notched
back.
out, steps back, something like that to reduce its prominence on this intersection and over the building. So again, I still have, and let me ask you, does it project in advance of the building as well? It looks like the garage is closer to the street than George Mason Square from that perspective. Is that so? And if so, by how much?
3.
It is online with the facade of the building, I believe. I believe it projects out like about 10, 15 feet from this face, because this building is actually set back quite a bit.
I know.
So
That would be just another comment I'd have. It sort of goes with the whole notion of having like an overly prominent garage.
hold on.
And Mayor Tarter, if it's helpful at all, I don't know if it's about 15 feet or so, but it is proud of existing George Mason Square, and then 150 South Washington Street is proud of the garage.
Got
the
it.
curvature of the street.
Yeah, got it. Nonetheless, just looking at it here, it just seems like it's the dominant feature is both in height and projection out and architecture. So as I've been saying earlier, to me, the garage is just sort of an overly prominent feature in this, in a lot of ways, very attractive project. I feel like that's something that needs to recede into the background, not project out and be so visible. So I would just give that as food for thought for whatever you may do with it. With respect to the facade changes on George Mason Square, I would agree with the earlier comment about having some kind of, not relief, but just some sort of, it's very flat. It doesn't have any articulation. If you turn right behind you, all the light sandstone or whatever brick color. It'd be nice if you could try to run some feature, like you got these sort of faux beams and everything below. No, going down, yeah, like right there, just pull a little bit of that up to tie in the top with the bottom, maybe, I don't know.
Well-
But it does read very flat to me, that above story 2.
So there's a difference in plane, from this plane to this plane. If you can see this, the building is here, then it returns and it goes that way.
Yeah,
So this actually projects
I understand.
out. So,
I got it. It just seems like they're not, it just seems very flat to me, like it feels kind of like 1970s or 80s or whatever it was, from the flatness of it. There's no articulation in the brick. I don't know if there's any kind of articulation you could do to put on as a facade, sticking it on. Again, just do what you will with it. That's my comment.
Okay.
Let me give you a couple more. Is there any spaces reserved for outdoor seating? It looks like you're showing it, but it'd be nice to actually just commit to outdoor seating in certain places. Are there spaces that will support outdoor seating along the frontage of the roads?
Just so I understand, are you talking tables, chairs?
Yeah.
Yes.
So maybe you could just show some spots, right? I see the people on the perspective. It doesn't mean, though, like, is there a 10-foot clear? How far back is that building set or the facade set back?
yes, I mean, we have, this building is set back, Andrew, if I remember.
31, 32 feet.
I'm sorry?
About 32 feet from
It's
the.
about 32 feet from
garage.
the road.
But that's the existing building. You guys are projecting out from that,
Then we're
right?
probably projecting out maybe 10 feet.
So you got
12 feet.
20-foot setback, which is what we require anyway on.
We stay within the setback, yes, sir.
Yeah, so you got it's approximately a 20-foot setback. So I guess what I would say is that if you could set aside some spaces for outdoor seating, just so you can let us know that these are going to be, we have a 10-foot clear, right? So we don't want your seating obstructing people walking down a major road with, public transport and the like.
Right.
But if you can set aside some spots where you are going to have outdoor seating, I think that'd be good, so we're all on the same sheet of paper.
Yeah, and that is our intent.
Okay. A couple more for you. You said you're going to have string lights. If you could put those in the VCs, I think they're very attractive. I didn't see them in the VCs, that you're committing to, kind of have this festive outdoor seating. Yeah, right there. But just put that in there. Just a thought on the park. As the city becomes more urban, the notion of having a dog park, I think, is going to have a lot of appeal to residential apartment dwellers. And so that's something maybe we as a city would just consider, is whether we need a dog park in this city. It may not be your problem, it may be ours, but I think it's something we ought to start thinking about for urban areas, for just places people to walk their dogs. This might be a good spot for one. Are you all doing anything with the crosswalks across Washington Broad? And Wyatt, you may be able to speak to this, because I know Insight was doing some work. I don't know if it's a full-scale crosswalk redo. What's going on?
So a crosswalk across Broad Street.
Yeah, and also Washington.
So let's let Akita Ruzzi, and it looks like Andrew also has information on that as well. Akita,
Yep, I'm here, yeah. So Insight is doing the crosswalks closest to their project corner. They're going to upgrade that to brick, and so they're going to do the exact same thing on the Atlantic side as well.
Kind of enhance this pretty dangerous intersection with an awful lot of fast traffic going on. I don't know what's going on. Maybe we don't even need to get into it this hour, but just put that out again as something as well, that make sure this is a intersection that works for our pedestrians particularly. I saw in the VCs that you could switch 2,500 square feet between uses. So would that mean you could reduce retail by 2,500 square feet and move that to?
To office or to retail service. That's the
Okay.
intention. Just, there's a certain amount built in for flex. Just
I
for
got
flexible
it.
space.
I got to say, that seems a bit much to me. I'll just throw that out there. Like, I kind of really wouldn't want 2,500 square feet of restaurant to go away to be, dog grooming or something. Also in the VCs, it talked about venting 2,700 square feet, which seems like that's not enough to support your restaurants. Did I misread that, or what's the situation with the
No,
2,700?
Mr. Mayor, this came up at EDC as well, but the full 4,556 square feet of restaurant doesn't need to be ventilated, because there might be a sandwich shop, there might be an ice cream shop. I don't know, Adam, if you.
That's exactly correct.
Okay.
But so would that preclude of restaurant being more, like if you wanted to have
No,
a
it
sandwich,
wouldn't.
if you only vent 2,700 square feet, are you going to be able to support a restaurant for the full amount?
Without being overly broad in the description of the way the venting would work, each space isn't going to have its own ventilation. There's going to be a shaft that goes, up through the roof that multiple spaces can link into. So just because we would have, let's say we ended up wanting to vent more than 2,700 square feet. It would just be a matter of linking that into that same venting shaft.
So maybe the VC should say to support 4,500 square feet of space. In other words, you'll provide venting that will support restaurant uses of 40, whatever the heck, square feet.
Right, it's just make sure that we're clear. What Mr. Painter was saying is that we will likely have some spaces that don't require any of the venting.
Yeah, but so if you don't put the venting in when you build it, then you're never going to have it in the future, right?
No, we'll have that shaft, and we can always tie into that at a later point.
Yeah, so my point was, the VCs maybe should read, we're going to have a shaft that will support
Got it. Fair enough.
40,
Fair enough.
whatever square feet, instead of the 2,700 it says right now.
Fair enough.
Okay, a couple more. I know everybody's probably getting sick of this. Let's see. I do think in general, with respect to VCs, this notion of this, incredible laundry list of things that can't be done, there's no moisture areas, it's just the wrong way to go about it. And I don't know what to say in general, other than I think we ought to focus on what's permitted, which is a very discrete list of things as opposed to every possible thing under the sun. We're not going to have crematorium. We're not going to have, there's a lot of things we know we're not going to have. And so I guess I would just make a general comment to that. And I think that is probably it to everyone's relief. I would also, again, support this notion of getting as many guarantees as we can about the uses that we're agreeing that are going to be in the building. So anyway, that's what I've got. Ms. Hardy.
I really like the mayor's suggestion about the dog parks. I know that you proposed the pocket park on Maple and Annandale. I wonder if that could actually be designated as an actual dog park. It's kind of inaccessible for most pedestrians as it is, and I really like the idea of anticipating that need in the community. So I just wanted to throw support for that one.
Yeah, so my thought would be that the city would determine its ultimate use and that you guys would just build it or whatever the deal is on this, not necessarily program it, right? So, I think that'd be something directed at Mr. Shields about, potential dog park use. In other words, have it dedicated for dog park use. Not so much for you all, because I'm not sure it really matters that much to you, right? Whether it's for people or dogs or both or whatever. Mr. Shields, any thoughts?
I would like to discuss that with staff. I don't think we've been thinking in terms of dog park. It's an interesting idea. But if we could work that through a process and then get back with the council on that.
Okay, and I tell you, I have one more comment, if you guys would just indulge me for I promise, for not very long. Could you pull up the Maple Street elevation that sort of turns the corner? It's got,
19 to 20. Do that one.
Yep, pop that thing up.
20. That's the one. You got it.
So that's a residential building, right?
Correct.
I got to say, it reads really commercial. Looks like the building on New York Avenue I used to work at 100 years ago.
Really?
Is there, I guess I would throw out last comment, promise. So the notion of either some balconies or some kind of articulation in that. But anyway, I'll leave you with that. No more comments for me this evening, sorry. What other comments or questions do people have? Any member of the public wish to speak to this matter? See none, the matter is closed to the public. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I move to refer TR 21-09 to the Planning Commission, Architectural Advisory Board, Economic Development Authority, Housing Commission, Environmental Sustainability Council, Urban Forestry Commission, Citizen Advisory Committee on Transportation, Recreation Parks Advisory Board, Arts and Humanities Council of Falls Church, Library Board of Trustees, Historical Commission, Human Services Advisory Council, Village Preservation Improvement Society, and Greater Falls Church Chamber of Commerce. Schedule public hearing and final consideration for May 9th, 2022, and advertise the same according to law.
Second.
Mr. Lichtenhouse on the second? All right. Would you call the vote, please?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Mr. Lichtenhouse?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
No.
Mayor Tarter?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1. Thank you, council.
All right, thank you very much. Congratulations. There's plenty more work to do, so we expect and hope that we'll be seeing a new and improved project next time it comes our way, but I think you made some good progress in the meantime.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks very much.
Oh, that's fine.
All right, let's go on to our next.
We have TR 21-45, resolution providing guidance on the development of the FY 2023 budget.
So council, let me call up this item real quickly. I beg your pardon. And I think Ms. Mester is putting it up on the screen as well. So with each year, the city council at this time of year hears a financial report. Ms. Bawa has keyed up a presentation that really just hits maybe the 3 points, the main points from the joint session that the city council had with the school board 1 week ago. And so we'll review those numbers just to refresh everybody's memories, and then we'll talk about what the council wants to lay out in terms of its guidance for the development of the FY23 budget in light of this information. Ms. Bawa.
Good evening, Mayor Tarter and members of the council. So just a quick recap of the preliminary fiscal year 23 revenue forecast. Projections include an overall real estate tax growth of 5.7%. And this, along with a 15.6% projected growth in all other tax revenues, which include personal property, sales, meals, business license, and other taxes, including recordation and hotel taxes. We are expecting the total tax revenue to grow by approximately 8.44%, which would yield an additional revenue of approximately $7 million in fiscal year 2023. And I do want to mention that despite the strong revenue growth, there could be significant impact from the state legislation that is under discussion. And after adjustments for elimination of the grocery tax, that's part of the legislation. If that legislation passes, the net new revenues are projected to drop to approximately $5.5 million for next year. And as in the recent past, along the lines of the revenue share spirit with the schools, the remaining new revenue generated from taxes would be split 50-50 between the schools and the general government. The next slide provides a recap of the budget drivers, the known budget drivers that we have. An investment in employee compensation of approximately $1.8 million is projected, which includes funding for mid-year compensation increases that the council just approved, adjustments to public safety, public works, and parks and rec wages for pay equity. Also includes restoration of 4 positions that were frozen for half the year in the current fiscal year. And on that note, 1%, each 1% compensation increase costs $210,000. Additionally, $250,000 is a 10% premium, health insurance premium increase, estimated increase. That's a placeholder for that. We will know the numbers by February of next year. And an $800,000 increase is expected for known contracts, Fairfax and Arlington, and also discontinuation of bike share grant, which is about $150,000 to make up for that. And finally, $550,000 increase is expected in the WMATA operating and capital subsidies. So this list does not include any new initiatives or programmatic changes that may be required for next year. So just a note on that. And finally, the calendar. After the council's guidance today, school superintendent's budget proposal is expected in early January. CIP is going to be proposed and adopted in late February and early March is the timeline for that. And city manager's budget proposal to council is expected on March 28th, which is 2 weeks later than the normal time frame. it is the last council meeting in March to accommodate for, as mentioned earlier, to accommodate for timing on the state legislation, any updates on WMATA, and any other, and the assessments that are done for next year, or as of January 1. Public hearings and town hall meetings in all through April, and anticipated adoption of the fiscal year 2023 budget on May 9th. So that's just a quick recap, and hand over to Mr. Shields for the discussion on the guidance.
So in the council packet is a draft budget guidance statement, and it lays out a couple of principles, and one of those is right up front. It does state about this is early budget guidance based on early projections, and one of the things that this resolution does state is the pride that the council takes in the quality of public input through the budget process, and that the council reserves all rights, obviously, to make changes to the budget once you receive it come this spring based on that public input. So this is in no way with budget guidance ever intended to shortcut any of those steps that come later in the process. So some key principles, and I won't read through the whole document, but one stated up front is to continue the spirit of cooperation and collaboration between general government and schools. The next item on the budget program in particular and the development of the CIP. The next item addresses the concept of the growth in assessed value that Ms. Bawa just noted. And in some respects, the revenue picture in a normal year would look quite good. However, there are a couple of facts with it. One, on the budget side, we do have a lot of cost escalation that we're grappling with on both the school side and on the general government side, and so we'll be working very hard. I think this was actually going to be a very difficult budget in light of those cost drivers. And then secondly, a lot of that growth in revenue is on the residential sector of real estate, and understanding sort of the equity impacts in terms of how taxes are assessed across the city. This attempts to get at the concept of providing options for tax rate reduction after core government and public education needs are met, and also acknowledging what Ms. Bawa just noted, that the General Assembly may eliminate the grocery tax, or at any rate it's being discussed, and we need to understand the implications of that also in the context of any potential reduction to local government taxes. So that's the attempt of that bullet. I expect there'll be some more discussion on that. Compensation and investment in our workforce is going to be a priority in the FY23 budget. I know it will be for both general government and for schools, so that we can retain employees and foster a very strong workforce for the city. The budget also calls out the independent compensation study that is planned this year, and that the budget should incorporate that, the findings from that independent study. It notes the investments in the city's business districts, the neighborhood traffic calming program, and sidewalk program to sustain those programs, and also to ensure that we have adequate staff to deliver them successfully and maintain them. The next bullet at line 184 relates to sustaining funding, local funding, and grant funding for the preservation and development of affordable housing. Line 187 discusses funding improvements to the city's stormwater infrastructure as called for in the CIP, and to, wherever possible, apply federal and state funding for this necessary infrastructure in lieu of stormwater fee increases. Line 191, the budget must promote racial and social equity in the allocation of public dollars. And 193 speaks to our ongoing but to date very successful work in getting regional grant dollars for transportation improvements in the city, and to continue that through the NVTA programs and other programs for all modes of transportation: walking, cycling, microtransit, public transit, and vehicles. The last three that are listed, it does make a reference to WMATA and the agreement that was reached with the Virginia state government that the WMATA operating budget would not exceed a 3% annual cap on annual increases to jurisdictional contributions. At line 202, make sure that as we do each year, we note the investment in the pension fund that was made with a portion of the water sale proceeds, and make sure that that's called out and highlighted so that the public is aware of the benefit and ongoing benefit of that investment. And then lastly, a strong public information campaign with the budget from beginning to end so that the public can weigh in on these decisions. So those are the highlights from budget guidance, and look forward to tonight's discussion. And we do have a lot of work in front of us. Our budget development time is generally in January is our busy internal time. And so this budget guidance that the council makes tonight will go into effect immediately with staff's work to develop its recommendations. It'll come to you in March.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to questions and comments. Ms. Hardy.
Thank you. Karen, could you go back to the slide that showed what organic revenue growth is? The one that says 8.4%, and then you back out 1.5 million? And so I think it's important for us to start talking and correcting the soundbite, because you hear 8.4%, but it's looking more and more likely that this grocery tax is going away. And so the revenue that we have actually available is 5.5 million. What is that percentage then? Do we have that offhand?
Of the revenues is closer to a 6% of the tax revenues.
Got it. So I feel like that's probably important to use as the new number instead of 8.4. Regardless of whether the state makes it up to us this year, there's certainly no promises of what it looks like in future years. So I think it's prudent to plan off 5.5 million. I did have a suggestion in addition for guidance itself. So given the disproportional impact you talked about with residential real estate assessments going up, I think the median was about $600 to $700. I'd like us to revisit our tax relief program and look at whether there's opportunities to expand to ensure that those who really need it most get more relief. I think the treasurer's already looking at our utilization in the past couple of years since, I think it's been 4 years now since we've expanded the program, as well as compare how our program is evolved or whether it needs to be updated compared to other jurisdictions. That's it. Thank you.
Other comments? Vice Mayor Con?
Okay. Just on the tax rate reduction question, I'm obviously very supportive of that, but I will renew my request for council to consider rate reductions in other types of taxes, specifically BPOL and others that affect our businesses. That's an often overlooked tax, although it doesn't generate nearly as much as our property taxes, especially real estate tax. It is a burden, I think, that works counter to our desire to relocate new businesses, help existing businesses expand, and overall reduce the burden of doing business in the city of Falls Church. So I would ask that council consider that as part of this.
Vice Mayor Connolly, and then Ms. Hiscott.
I'd just like to request where we're talking about the salary study, I think it's line 174. The budget should incorporate the findings of the independent compensation study that is planned this year. I'd like to also include that it reflects the findings of the staff level study or the staff capacity study. I think that probably is not going to be done in time for the budget, but I do think that's important to include in there, because if that study comes back with a recommendation to hire a large number of employees, that will have a fiscal impact. And then the other issue that I think is before us, and it may or may not be before us, and I think it's important as we budget and plan, is the issue of collective bargaining, which, again, may or may not come before us. We may or may not decide to take it up, but if it does come before us, there will be an expense, and that could perhaps be in Ms. McCoskey's budget, but that's an expense we've never had before, so that would be new to the budget. And I have no idea how much that would be, but I think that's important to keep in mind as well. And then regarding Ms. Hardy's comments about the grocery tax, I feel like we're really, as you said, Mr. Shields, we're at the very beginning of this, and everything keeps changing all the time, and I think she's right that there's a good chance that the grocery tax will indeed occur, but then there are other things that are going to change as well. So I'd worry about limiting our growth to 5.5%. That seems super conservative, considering what we know and what we don't know, and then also our concerns about inflation and other expenses. So I'm really worried about putting a cap or limiting the amount of revenue we can expect before we know exactly what the needs are. Which probably goes exactly against what Mr. Duncan would say, but.
Ms. Hiscott?
Yeah, I think that 5.5 is $1 million, which if I did my math correctly, puts us at 6.6% organic revenue growth if you subtract all of the grocery tax. If we didn't receive a single dollar, which I think is hopefully a very conservative perspective. So with that conservative perspective, I think we're at 6.6%. And my ideal goal is, I'm a taxpayer, and I would love to see a reduction in tax, residential tax. Consider, what Ross has suggested on B-poll tax. I would like to see those considerations made after we determine what the ideal staffing levels and compensation levels are moving forward. I think it's great if we have a reduction and you get a couple $100 back, but if that is impacting the level of services that we receive as taxpayers, individual taxpayers or business owners, then that negates the tax reduction. So ideally, I'd like to see a budget where we can come up with, using a conservative guidance, supporting all of our general government and schools' needs in addition to tax breaks. And I think we can do that, even looking at through a conservative lens, keeping in mind some of the other suggestions that the Vice Mayor has suggested. And like Letty said on the tax relief program, I don't have much data on what we've set aside, what we've used, and if that disproportionately impacts people. That $600 to $700 increase in residential tax, who does that affect most? And if we're focusing on equity and seniors and retaining seniors in the community, I think we need to look at them specifically. So those are my comments on our guidance so far.
Mr. Snyder?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, so I'm trying to figure out as a matter of process, are we going to sit here drafting all night, or are we going to authorize the city manager to go ahead and do it as an email exchange in the future? Because I've heard 4 or 5 ideas, and I'm not quite sure what process, Mr. Mayor, you wanted to follow. I don't really disagree with most of them. I agree with Councilmember Hardy's view about going in, not assuming we're going to get the grocery tax. So that's number one. Number two, I don't want any implication that I'm committing to collective bargaining. Seems to me that's if we put it, if we're not careful about the language, it's going to give the implication that that's the direction that we want to move in. And I frankly am a way distance from there at this point in terms of getting public input on that and the true cost of doing that versus delivering as we are now benefits to employees in an appropriate manner. So those are my comments, but where are we going to go from here? Are we going to wordsmith, or are we going to go on punch and approve later?
Well, let's first I'll try to get a consensus, and then once we do, we can figure out what the best way is to articulate that in words and on paper. But let's see what we can do in terms of just seeing if the group as a whole has a consensus of ideas. Why don't we hear from the rest of the gang and see where we are? Mr. Duncan, did you have any comments?
Thank you. As I told the manager when he circulated the email, I think the words of the document are really excellent, probably the best that I've seen. We're getting to the point where the aspirations that we outline are very, very good. I just asked if it wasn't a bit odd that we have a budget guidance document without numbers in it. I don't remember us doing that. I remember years where maybe we had options, and so perhaps the language that's suggested on the handout paper at line 167 springs from that. It's not quite how I would have phrased it, but I'm not saying I'm opposed to it, or I'm not even sure I support it, but could you just go into a little more detail about what's the functional equivalent of capping tax revenue growth at 5.5 million? Is that another way of saying we're going to set a tax rate that is lower than the current tax rate, or what are we getting at with that approach?
So first of all, the reason there aren't numbers this year is because it is such a dynamic environment. I think it's probably the most changing fiscal picture that I can ever recall at this point in the budget process. Ms. Bauer, how would you characterize the 5.5 million? So, where it does come from is directly from the forecast. So it assumes that if every revenue forecast is correct and the General Assembly eliminates the grocery tax, that between those two things, the budget that you would receive in March might not then have a tax rate reduction in it. If revenues are higher than the forecast, or the General Assembly does not eliminate the grocery tax, then there would be options for rate reduction. I think that's, in a nutshell, what this number stands for.
Okay, I think I understand that. I mean, I don't know. I bow to the pleasure of the group, I suppose, on this. I mean, I would like for the story of this budget, when we finish it in May, to be, an aggressive investment in the people who are doing the work. We've started that work, as I said earlier tonight, and I'd like to continue it in May. So certainly want to do everything I can to make sure that happens, both on the school and city side, although I think the city side's got more catching up to do just because of the work that we've done in recent years to get the schools where they need to be. Certainly I support affordability as a second goal, and I would endorse what others have said about our tax relief program. Fairfax has updated theirs. I'd like to see ours parallel them as much as we could, introducing perhaps a new category of 25% deferral for people who are a little higher income than we've normally tried to reach, because my desire is to keep people, particularly who've been here for a while, in their houses rather than having them sell their houses and turn them into tear downs. So affordability is a second goal. A component of affordability is the overall tax rate. And so I would like us to keep that as a priority. If others feel that, we don't need a number as expressed here, or as I expressed it, I think I'd picked a tax rate something under 130 as a goal, then I'm respectful of that. But if the scenario that you outline, if we find out, sometime in late winter, early spring, that some of the revenue sources that we're not sure about are coming online, I certainly would like for us to pivot very decisively and quickly to send a message that we're going to make an effort to reduce the tax rate, even as we provide compensation to guarantee excellence in services. So if that's sort of what you're thinking, I could think along those lines.
So I've got a comment or two. Ms. Baumel, could you call up your PowerPoint where you talked about the percentage increases and the like? Yeah, so I guess I would just say I think we do need to, frankly, reduce our tax rate with these kind of numbers. I just think that we cannot, as a city, increase our spending 8.4%. It's not a good path to be on. It creates, updrafts and downdrafts. And so I think that we ought to be thinking about kind of a more measured approach to revenue, or to increases in our expenditures. I don't know what that exact number is, but to my mind, it ain't 8.4%. And I think this notion that people's tax bills will go up $650 or $640 is a whole lot. And I'd certainly support relief to those most affected, but I would like relief to everybody, because I tell you, that's a whole lot of money for people who are middle class or whatever, who may not be qualifying for very specific programs that state law allows, but to my mind, we ought to be thinking about how we can kind of create a reasonable amount. And I don't know what that number is, whether it's 4% or 5%, but to my mind, it's not 8.5% expenditure growth in any given year. So I don't know where that leaves us. My guess is tonight we cannot agree on some kind of percentage increase, but I do think that we ought to be thinking in that direction. And whether the grocery tax stays in place, I don't think we ought to spend 8.4%, you know? And so either way, it really, I think, will affect our homeowners. The average person, apparently $640, $650, that's a lot of money. So I guess my thought is that we can have a number for expectations of how much our expenditures are going to grow, irrespective of how much our revenue would grow without a tax rate increase. And so with the idea of looking at tax rate decreases as well. And I don't know if anybody shares my opinion.
I will tell you, I absolutely share that opinion. Just looking at the revenue growth across the board, to me, it's like it's unconscionable to think that we wouldn't be able to have consistent tax rate cuts, at least on the property tax front. You know how I feel about BPOL and others, but this just smacks of an opportunity for us to do that consistently and start planning accordingly, and not to mention the significant growth in tax revenue that's going to be coming online that isn't organic. It's from commercial development, economic development seeds that have been planted years ago. So I could not agree more. Mr. Mayor, I think that we have to send that clear signal. Like you said, I don't think that it can get worked out tonight, but it is certainly in the spirit of that is the direction that council should be headed, because we have every opportunity to do that with these types of numbers and what's expected to come through the pipeline in the very near future.
Other thoughts?
I just want to ensure that we're covering the services that we need to be covering. We're employing the number of people we need to be employing in the city, general government and school side, and that we're paying them equitable, fair wages and providing the right benefits in order to receive the services that we expect to receive. And that doesn't mean that has to be 8.4% or it can't be incorporated in a tax rate reduction, but I think it's really important that we're looking at what we need to be spending to be running most efficiently and making sure we're providing the services that the taxpayers expect in the city.
Other thoughts? Okay.
Here's a wordsmithy thought. If we look at line around 167, where it says, in light of the projected growth and assessed value, what if we say something along the lines of, based upon the conservative tax revenue estimate, the expected organic increase ranges between 5.5 million and 7.0 million. Because that number is just an estimate at this point, and there are numbers outside of our control, the expectation is that throughout the budget process, we will be continually updated on this. And after government and public education needs are met, we will consider a tax rate reduction.
So is your top line number, the full 8.4% is 8.
Yeah, I said based upon the conservative tax revenue estimate, the expected organic increase in revenue is between $5.5 and $7 million.
And so 7 would reflect an 8.4% increase.
7 reflects what Kieran said would be the top. And again, she said that could be low. Because that number is just an estimate at this point, the expectation is that throughout the budget process, there will be options for different rates. I don't know. That part I'm not sure of. After government and public education needs are met. So that lays out what those expectations are, but also underlines that they're just estimates and there are so many things up in the air. And if you think about the budget, you know, different things coming in and being finalized as we go forward, I'm just worried that, I'm just afraid that we don't want to cap it at this point.
Will there be anything, Ross mentioned the down the road benefits of the economic development that's been done well. I assume that our FY23 budget will reflect what is anticipated to come on then as well, not just organic, like current organic growth reflection of what has happened, but what is projected for the next fiscal year as well, if I'm asking that correctly. In other words, I don't want to get to the end, we see all this great growth and we're getting to the end of it and we have a surplus and we end up like for reasons we did, COVID reasons, we ended up with that this year, but I really don't want to come with a surplus next year and then, okay, well, do we go back and do a tax rate adjustment then? I want to make sure that we're incorporating what we anticipate in FY23 in terms of not the current reflected organic growth, but the anticipated additional growth based upon the great economic development that's been happening.
It does. I do want to clarify one point, though, because we have a new assessor coming on board. The new construction in the city that's taking place, whether it's residential or commercial, have those assessments been accounted for, or the progress of those projects been accounted for in these numbers from a real estate tax perspective?
No.
Okay. Because that could be fairly sizable, because in Virginia, you can pick up those projects mid-year. Generally, in places that reassess annually, they don't. They just pick it up at a normal reassessment. So that is one bogey that's out there that can move the needle.
Which I guess is why I would think that we can do many of these things. We can cover our expenses, organic growth, with a conservative perspective of taking out grocery tax, adding in what we anticipate to be additional revenue. I think it's going to give us a pretty robust picture that I hope will allow us to do all the things we're talking about. So it's not an either or, but it's an all. Reduce the tax rate and provide the services that we need to make sure we're providing everything the city's expecting.
Nailed it.
So, I mean, personally, I wouldn't want to give an expectation that expenditures should grow 8.4% if we have that money with the current tax rate. So, I mean, I guess from my mind, I think it's too much money to be spending in any one year, and too much increase in any one year. And so I guess I wouldn't want to create an expectation, frankly, anywhere, city or schools, that might be the amount that spending should go up this year. That's my own personal opinion.
Well, 8.4 is reflecting the tax rate looking, hold on, I'll formulate that question again, just a second.
So I guess, I mean, personally, I think it's going to be a challenge for us to come up with a number tonight, and maybe the best we can do is a concept, and maybe we can't even do that. But I guess, I mean, normally, in normal years, we'd say, well, organic revenue growth is 3.8%. Okay, that's it. It's pretty straightforward. Our organic growth may be so high that we don't want to increase expenditures that much. That's sort of my particular opinion, particularly on the backs of residential assessments, because that's predominantly or exclusively where our real estate tax increases occurred. So personally, I'd like to see that number come down, the tax rate come down, so that isn't such a hard pill to swallow for our taxpayers. And I don't think it's good to, again, have expenditures increase, shoot up way high one year, and then the next year there's a downdraft. I feel like it ought to be more modulated. But that's, again, just my belief.
I agree with that opinion, and it's why I tried to find a number to suggest the manager that, might be seen as tolerable, and suggested 129. But so my question is, when the assessments are done by the new guy, then there will be a number that we'll know fairly early of what's it called, the adjusted tax rate or the advertised tax rate. The number that I'm talking about is what the tax rate would be in order to produce the same amount of revenue as we had in the past year. That number is usually, significantly lower than where we end up, where we land. It's probably down in the 120, low 120s or something. So I'm trying to find a number that, that is realistic and doesn't starve services or employees, but does challenge us to, keep that affordability component uppermost in our minds from day one.
As the range here is if you back out the grocery tax piece, maybe I'm off here, 5.5, okay. So it could be between 5.5 and 7. So you've got a $1.5 million delta,
So that's 3 pennies.
3 pennies.
So,
And could you, I was going to say offer a range.
yeah, I was going to say, could you offer options between 0 to 3 pennies?
I was going to say 1 to 3, but.
Let me ask the question, if I could, in the meantime. So the schools on their compensation, I don't recall from the meeting, I thought it was somewhere in the 5s of what they had suggested as a base for their compensation increases. Do you recall what their number was? In other words, when they proposed compensation increases, what would that require as by way of increases to their transfer?
Ms. Bala, do you remember that number? What I recall being discussed is between 5
Yeah,
and
they
6%.
were planning, they're projecting or planning a step increase for employees as of a back date and another step increase for coming July and a 1% COLA. So overall, about a 6% increase that would cost $2.2 million and additional $500,000 for new initiatives.
Okay, I don't recall.
Ms. Bowe, I thought there was a COLA in there also.
Yeah. So
Oh, did
two
you say that?
step increases and a COLA
Okay, thanks.
together comes to roughly 6% and an average, which would cost $2.2 million and $500,000 for new initiatives. So they're thinking about $2.7 million,
Which is what percent increase? 2.7?
which is half of $5.5 million.
So what is that number? That's a 6.5% increase? or something?
6.5% increase to the tax revenues, yes.
And what, Mr. Shields, is your estimate of your compensation increases and what they would require as far as increases in your budget?
So our estimate is 1.8 million. And then I think Ms. Bawa has laid out on another one of the slides some other known costs that are coming our way through interjurisdictional contracts and the like. And we didn't tally that up because it wasn't quite as neat a package, I think, as the schools put together, because I think we've got perhaps a few more moving things in our picture. But I think that the reason we've framed it this way is that at that $5.5 million cap, I think we feel comfortable that we cover what the schools are contemplating, and we feel comfortable we can cover these items. And so then anything in addition to that is where we get into the realm of tax rate reductions. In past years, we've been able to be more definitive at this time of year than we are this year. And one thing that just makes me nervous is all the discussion about assessed value, because there is quite a range what's happening in the region. These higher numbers on assessed value are typically to the west of us, and we're seeing much lower assessed value projections still at this point in Arlington and Alexandria. So kind of where we don't have an assessor in the chair right now to know our situation, also to know new construction, which is a very specific Falls Church number. And so I think our projection this year is probably not as grounded as it typically is at this time in any given year.
So I guess I would start by saying, why did you put out if you got a number that's you're not sure, why are you putting out a high number to the world, I guess?
Well, I mean, I think the other revenue forecast, which is a big piece of this as well, I think we do have a pretty good handle on those. The AV, I think, is a pretty reasonable landing spot between Arlington, Alexandria, and the larger numbers that are to the west of us. We're in the middle of those projections, and so I don't think it's an unreasonable place for us to be.
Okay. Mr. Snyder, you had your hand up a minute ago, and I don't know if you lost your comment. But if you had one, you're certainly welcome to make it.
Yeah, look, I think as we continue this discussion, I think the original proposal was pretty good. So I'm prepared to support the proposal that staff worked up. Because I think all of these things are sort of included one way or another. So at this point, I'm just trying to figure out how we're going to move forward. Do you want to take straw votes on things, or do we have basically enough in the original proposal that satisfies people? May not be everything that everybody wants, or maybe not quite the level of specificity, but I think the city manager made a great point where it ought to be a really good year where we can reduce taxes, meet the employee needs, minus the Richmond factor. But regrettably, that factor is very much there right now. So I kind of think the original proposal it's not perfect from my standpoint, but it kind of hits all the major points in my view. And I'm willing to move to a vote, and then if there's specific amendments people want to make, fine, but otherwise I don't see where we're going.
Don, you would not include any numbers in the guidance, it would just be the text of the document that's sort of presented by staff?
Yeah, I've heard the debate over numbers. I'd prefer going in obviously with a lower number, but I'm content to move forward with the proposal, but others may not be, so
I guess my concern about not having any numbers is, well, it's two. It's basically, what are we, our main job is to try to help our friends on the school board do their budget. If we give no number guidance at all, then, why, certainly they're would be likely to ask for 6%, but I think there might be pressure because they have many unmet needs and a 6% increase, to go even higher than that. And I think that could lead to an imbalance that's, not where we want to go, that we've been able to begin to move away from with our vote on city compensation tonight. I mean, if we allocated to the school side all the money that's included in their compensation package and assumed that any new programs were to be funded out of revenues that are higher than anticipated when we get finished with the budget process, or their carryover or whatever, where would that leave us if we did that on the city side? Also, where would that leave us in terms of a tax rate?
So, Mr. Mayor, if I might, I agree with the concern that Phil expressed, but I'm not hearing, there are 3 or 4 numbers being thrown out. I'd ask Councilmember Duncan, what is the number that he would put in, and let's just vote it up or down.
Well, I guess I would say, I'm not sure we have, look, I don't think we're going to agree on a number. So your point's well taken. What we might agree on is stronger language in 167 through 170 that makes it clear that we have a strong desire to reduce the tax rate. Maybe not just we're going to consider options, but, make it a stronger expression that we will likely seek a tax reduction.
To put a finer point on the options, can I go back to the suggestion of the 0 to 3 cents tax rate reduction? So it gives us flexibility of it could be 0 if we find that we need to use all of it to meet all the needs, or it could be as much as 3, which would be the $1.5 million or so difference.
Would that be in 168? Options for tax rate reduction between
0 and 3 cents on the tax rate.
I would support that.
I
Mr.
guess
Duncan?
it's flexibility.
I would support that.
All right, so what do we got? At least 3 supporters, 4 supporters?
Yes, Snyder would support.
So
Okay.
what would it, can we go over what it would say? And then I just have another question about the school request that we heard the other night.
My
ahead.
suggestion for the language, Letty, I don't want to step on your toes here, but would be in line 1. In line 168, the budget should provide options for a real estate tax reduction. Do you want to limit it to real estate, or do you want to leave it open? just because it talks about assessed value of real estate.
I don't feel that strongly. I mean, I don't even know if 4 cents would be like a limit. I don't know what does 4 cents take us to? What percentage increase, what?
Ms. Bauer, are you able to do that math?
Yeah, 1 cent is a little shy of 500,000, so it's close to 2 million.
I got that part, but what percentage increase would that be? If we did a 4 cent reduction, what would the increase be next year? Instead of 8.4, that would be 4.9 or something. What would 4 cents, what percentage was?
5.5 roughly.
5.5 to me seems pretty reasonable to at least consider.
So you want to increase the band from 0 to 4 cents?
Personally, I would, but I mean, I don't know if other people agree with that.
A band that begins at 0 is
Right.
kind of a weird band. I mean, I think Mr. Lichtgenhouse is right. If we're going to commit to tax rate reduction and the scenarios, I mean, if disaster falls and, we're in the middle of March or April and it's just not working out, then, all we've got here is language that says we really want to reduce the tax rate as a priority. It could be as little as 1 cent, which ain't much. It could be as much as 4 cents, which would be, better if we can do it and still meet service needs and pay the employees. So I don't know, a band from 1 to 4 sounds more like a band to me than 0 to 4.
I would support that.
I'm not sure I would. I'm thinking out loud, but, 0%, we don't know. We don't have enough information. We've said we want to. We're providing a range.
So what's your proposal?
0 to, if you want to add it up to 4, that's one thing, but I think if you put 1 cent tax rate reduction, you're tying your hands together to say you have to. I'd like to, but we don't have enough information.
It's $490,000, or I think closer to 460, and you're talking about $7 million.
This is not a debate on the advertised tax rate, though, right, Mr. Manager? I mean, when we get to that point, what Ms.
This is a
Hiscott
debate
says
on
is
the-
absolutely right. I mean, if we advertise that we're going to reduce the tax rate, if we advertise a tax rate that's 1 cent, then it's got to be at least that. It can be more than that, but it can't be less than that. Is that right? But this is just budget guidance language. This is as much to guide us as to help instruct, our school board friends.
So this guidance would say, school board, you need to reduce it by $500K.
I'm not sure it says reduce anything. It's just 8.4% would be reduced to 7, whatever. What is 400? If we drop 400K off of that, it wouldn't be 8.4%. What would it be? 7.7% or something?
So you want to just drop by 1 penny?
No, look, that's just a range. So we're throwing out some ideas so that people don't get carried away and say, well, our budget is our 8.4%. You didn't tell us it wasn't going to be 8.4, so we prepare a budget for 8.4% increase. And I guess the notion
May I
is,
propose
We're not proposing 7.4% though.
a cap on the spending instead of a direction on how many cents to reduce? Because that will totally rely on where we end up on our revenues. It could be higher, it could be just about what we're projecting. So if we get a direction from council today on, this is your limit on spending, whatever else that comes over goes into tax rate reduction after the elimination of the grocery tax, I think that's a fair, that's just talking out loud and providing some sort of a staff direction on this. In the past years, we've got similar kind of direction that this is the cap on your expenditures. And not a direction on how much tax rate to reduce on very preliminary revenue projections that we are providing to you right now.
what you just said is more precise, and I would not agree. It's not. I would agree with you. It's more precise. I think it's more difficult it becomes less precise because it's so complicated to sort out. And so in some ways, I think keeping this simple, I'm not sure I disagree with Ms. Hiscott, the notion that, look, we don't know what it's going to be yet, right? So it could be 0. That could be the right number.
Okay, new proposal, 0 to 4 cents. So can we be done?
I feel like we're doing a multivariate calculus problem and missing way too many pieces of the puzzle to be able to come up with a proper answer.
I don't disagree. I just, again, eternal optimist. And over the last 4 years, I mean, looking at what we're dealing with here, even if we set the baseline of we're definitely going to cut it 1 cent, everybody's funded. I mean, the school's numbers are funded, other than a catastrophic scenario that we're talking about here. Even sending the signal of 1 cent we're definitely going to do that, that still funds everything the schools need. And again, absent some catastrophic scenario, we'll still have plenty to work with. That's, again, it's in the spirit of saying we're moving in that direction to guarantee at least 1 cent. But I would not cry in my Cheerios if it was 0 to 4, but man, it would be really good to see it at 1 to 4, send that signal at least 1 cent. $460,000 in change. Minuscule.
I mean, at least from my perspective, I just want to send the message that we would like to accomplish tax rate reduction, that it's not a carte blanche, like a blank check to sort of use up all this money, because I think it's too much to spend additional increase in any given year. And I think it's going to create a whipsaw where we go up a lot one year and the next year we have a big downdraft. And I don't think that's really good for planning or budgeting. So I'm not really averse to what's been suggested by my colleagues, at least on this side, or maybe both sides. And maybe the 0 to 4 is the right way to do it. Do people have thoughts about that? Is that something we can all agree on?
I like 0 to 4 because I
Okay.
do think it doesn't tie our hands, but it indicates that this is what we're looking for.
Okay.
And it indicates that we want to make sure we're covering the needs of the general government and schools. And we're also sensitive to taxpayer concerns.
Okay.
And we also haven't talked about inflation at all, and who knows how that's going to affect this too. So I just feel like we need to, 0 to 4 is fine with me.
Okay, 0 to 4, fine with everybody else? Phil, you don't look entirely happy.
0 to 5. Mr. Schneider, what do you think?
Well, if you put in 0, you're kind of negating the whole tax argument. But look, we got to get through this. We need to signal that we're serious about tax reductions. We're also serious about funding local, the necessary services in both the schools and the core city government, which we did generically, and now people want a number in. So if it's 0 to 4, I'll live with that. It's not my preference, but we gotta get this done.
So we could deal with this tomorrow. I mean, it's 2 minutes from now.
Sorry, yeah, I was going to say, if I keep talking, we'll be right there.
We'll be the day after tomorrow, Phil, if you keep
Exactly,
talking. All right, so do we have a consensus
You
then?
you can't have leaders without followers. If both the mayor and the vice mayor and Mr. Snyder can side with 0 to 4, I think I could take that.
Okay, so do we need to actually change the language? I'll ask the city attorney, or is it just okay to basically tell you what we've done and you guys finesse this, tomorrow sometime?
Can that be expressed in terms of a percentage, guidance?
Remember that,
In addition to the tax rate number?
what,
I mean, to give guidance to,
so what the school said last week is they needed 6.2%. Does that fall within what we're talking about?
Oh, yeah.
Right, that falls within what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's what we were saying, even at a 1% cut, they're still funded.
They're still
It
funded.
does not impact them, but 0 to 4, yeah.
If you take it at all the grocery store, every single dollar, you're at 6.6% organic growth,
So Phil, you want to add percentage?
minus the $1.5 million guidance.
So you want to say in 168, tax rate reduction of between 0 and 4 cents, which equates to,
percentage guidance of what's the number?
yeah, I'll
That
pause
means
because I
zero
don't know what
is
that number is.
8.4, so you'd be putting 8.4 to
Yeah, that's what.
whatever 4 cents equals. I haven't done the math backwards on that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to
8.4 to 5.5.
yeah, I mean, that's why 0 is such a not good number, because, nobody I think everybody agrees with the mayor that we're not going to be spending 8.4%. That's just not good. But if we want to keep, extremely cautious, I suppose, just expressing it in terms of 0 to 4 cents maybe is the best I can get right now, as long as the schools, stay where they are, which is, been expressed as in the in the 6% range.
So anywhere between 5 and 7 million is going to be 6% to 8.4%.
Let's try to wrap this up. I got to say, I'm
But what is
fading.
4
It's-
cents,
it's
what does 4 cents equal, like on the opposite end of?
Faded a while ago.
Well, the sense, you have to go through all sorts of math
So I
for
can't
that.
do that
So
math
the
quickly,
percentage you can do pretty straight.
So I was just doing 2 million roughly for 4 cents, and that's why 5 million to 7 million. And that's 6% to 8.4%.
Just briefly, I don't want to prolong the discussion. It seems like the 0 to 4 cents is aspirational. It's sending a signal. If you have an expenditure cap, that's real, and that actually is going to be guidance that we operate with. So Kieran, what is, we had proposed a cap at 5.5 million tax revenue growth. What's the equivalent expressed as a percent?
That's 6.5, 6.6 to be very exact.
So after met, comma, within a cap of $6.6 million expenditure growth. So that's
6.6%.
Yeah, expenditure growth. Then that covers the schools in terms of what they presented on Monday night.
What does it say with, you said with a cap?
Within a cap of 6.6% expenditure growth.
I mean, could we say
Could
with
we
the
not put the
possibility?
5.5 million instead of the percent?
Well, that seemed to have gone nowhere, so
That's
I'm
how we
trying to
don't
wrap
do
this
tax
up.
rate.
They're essentially the same way of saying it, but if you want to say
We're
it.
Exactly the same, yeah.
so used to percentages, it's hard to.
6.6% is our projected
Target.
revenue growth minus grocery store. It's a very conservative approach. I think 6.6% works for me, which is.
I mean, I guess to me,
Well,
that would be the
it doesn't-
maximum, not
that's the
necessarily.
cap. Doesn't necessarily mean that's the cap, and they're at 6.1. So you're thinking of 0.5, you're assuming that they'll come back and ask for 0.5% more.
Absolutely.
So,
Wouldn't blame him for doing it.
okay.
So how about going back to what we just said earlier
Anything-
about the 0 to 4 cents?
So so the way that reads right now is the budget should provide options for tax rate reduction between 0 and 4 cents on the real estate tax rate, comma, after core government and public education needs are met. And then it would continue on after that.
All right, what do people think of that?
I like that.
All right. Okay, so should we go ahead? I'm going to open it to public comment, to the one public that's here. Does any member of the public wish to speak to this matter? Seeing none, the matter is closed to the public.
Do we need to add language for the tax relief program?
Sure, we can do that.
Or can staff do that offline, or do you need it
Yes,
now?
we can do that, and I think it would read, essentially, the budget should, with the budget, there should be recommendations on tax relief for the elderly and disabled.
All right, so does everybody hear that? So we're also also asking that they look at increases in tax relief.
I
Okay,
think the right word is senior tax relief. Sorry.
That'll be a new bullet, like a new standalone bullet.
Yes, we will do that.
All right.
And then what about the staffing level addition on line 172?
I like the addition at 172 as well.
And reflect the findings of the staffing level study.
And then the collective bargaining point? And again, this doesn't say that we want collective bargaining or do not want collective bargaining, but having done a little research on it, we may have to at least consider it, and that will cost money to consider it. And I don't know how much that is. It might be $5,000, it might be $50,000, and maybe that just goes into the city attorney's budget.
I guess I'm with Dave Snyder on just letting that sleeping dog lie till we need to look at it.
Or is it addressed when you're saying you need to have when you're looking at staffing level studies, you need to have somebody who's on staffing level to be able to address anything that you're anticipating coming up. So when, if that's Carol coming back and talking about her budget next year, is there an anticipated, I don't think we need to spell it out, but I think it gets covered under the staffing levels that
That's fine.
we're agreeing to, how we said, reflect the findings of the staffing level study. I think that staffing level study would include what increased expenses you have in the legal department based upon anticipating collective bargaining or whatever, wherever we are when that decision's made. I think it addresses that as a general guidance versus spelling it out. That's my opinion.
All right, so will we reach conclusion on this? Are we ready to move to a vote? Are you, city attorney, comfortable with what we're doing here? All right, Madam Clerk, do we have a motion? We don't have one yet. Somebody want to move this thing?
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt TR 21-45 as revised and discussed.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Lichtenhouse on the second. Madam Clerk?
Can we just confirm what the final revisions on what was discussed, please? There are 2 points. There's 0 to 4 cents specified on the tax rate, and then adding to 172, reflecting the findings of the staffing level study.
And 3, senior, look at increasing senior tax
So 3
relief.
things are being added in this revision. I just want to make sure I understand what I'm voting on. Thank
Yep.
you.
All right, Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Mr. Lichtenhouse?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
And Mayor Tarter.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, does anyone want to take a break before I move on to this legislative committee? A break? Okay, 5 minutes on this one, that's 12:12. And then we have a closed session, so, yeah. All right, welcome back, everyone. Thanks for sticking around with us. Let's move on to our next item, which is the legislative package, legislative.
TR 21-39, resolution adopting the City of Falls Church 2022 legislative program.
All right. Cindy, are you
right.
handling that?
I am. Thank you, Mayor and Council. What you have before you is the legislative program built on the legislative committee meeting as well as council's last work session. The packet and the information that's on display has some gray highlighted areas that is slightly modification from what went out in the council packet. What was changed is the receipt of 2 additional points of input from your boards and commission members. One is the electoral board, and one is a revision to the Environmental Services Council. Staff does recommend adding these 2 attachments and endorsing them by reference as we do historically. So they're noted in the staff report, the resolution, and the adopted legislative program. I was able to speak to the legislative committee members individually to seek their input and concurrence, but it was not a full committee meeting. The legislative program, as you know, is built on a lot of our historical traditional patterns of issues. A couple things I just want to highlight, given the hour, and then be open to any questions or comments. Staff does recommend endorsing and adopting this legislative program this evening so that we have it to send to our senator and delegate and in preparation for the session that starts in January. VML has announced their legislative day in Richmond, which is February 3rd, and the city clerk is assisting me in coordinating with you for who would be in attendance. One of the new things added to the legislative program this year is an environmental impact lens. You'll find that in line 67 of attachment 1. And this is actually also building on the ad that I'll be doing to the CIP this year that the Planning Commission recommended and the Legislative Committee did endorse including this in their legislative program. So legislation would be looked at with the lens of 2 questions in mind. What is the impact on environmental sustainability tied to the adopted comp plan, Chapter 5, Environment for Everyone? And the second question would be the impact on the community's ability to withstand, adapt, and or recover from adversity, and that could be man-made or natural. So we'll keep those in mind as we look at the legislative positions. One key item that, of course, is added in this is the charter amendment, which council has already enacted, and we forwarded to Richmond, but we've referenced it in your legislative program. You'll find that at line 99. And then consistent with some of the discussion at work session and this evening, we do have strong legislation on unfunded mandates from the state, managing to keep localities whole if they make any changes to taxation or funding, and for them to appropriately use their surplus for important state budget items like K-12, transportation, police funding, and stormwater. So I did add some specifics to those legislative programs that would address the proposed Governor-elect's proposed policies around grocery tax, gas tax, school resource officers, and nurses in schools. So that's included along with the general policy positions. And then, of course, we're continuing information on pedestrian safety, street safety, and overall walkability. With that, Mayor, those are just some highlights of what's in the legislative program, changes to include the electoral board and the Environmental Services Council, which was just to strengthen a focus on a building code for energy. And of course, a new position that we have in here this year is tenants' rights, both for how they can enforce environmental health issues and building code. Glad to entertain any questions, edits, comments from your legislative committee, and staff does recommend approving TR 21-39.
Letty?
Cindy, did anything regarding tenants' rights or building codes make it in the LEDGE program?
Yes. And let me flip to that.
I'm looking at an email that we all got on November 19th that had responses from our building official. And this is in response to the frustrations we've had at the fields and kind of how our hands are tied a bit on what we can do about mold and rodents. And throughout this kind of Q&A, it states that locally our building officials don't have authority or ability to levy fines or respond to things such as rodents and mold. And that just seems like something that we should address at the state level.
So in attachment 1, which is your actual legislative program at line 408, which I have on screen now, we did add a tenant rights new position this year, and it was directly to address that, both in shifting the enforcement to the state around environmental health of mold, et cetera, and also for local building officials to have more authority to address those issues.
Great.
It is written, of course, broadly because we don't know what legislation may or may not come in, and we'll certainly encourage addressing this. This is the type of thing, as Delegate Simon mentioned when he was here, there's been progress, not enough, and these type of things often get sent to study because it takes time to revise a building code. But we did put it in to call attention to it on behalf of the city.
Thank you, Cindy.
All right, other comments? No comments? No member of the public here to comment either? Is there anything else somebody wants to say about this particular item, or do we have a motion?
Move to adopt TR 21-39.
And do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Mr. Lickenhouse?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
And Mayor Tarter.
Yes.
Motion
you,
carries
Council.
7-0. Thank you.
All right, let's move on to the consent items. Does anyone have any item they want to remove from the consent agenda?
Mayor, I move the consent agenda.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk?
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Debbie.
Oh, I didn't
Hiscott.
recognize your voice. Thank you. Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Mr. Lickenhouse?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
You're muted, Dave.
Yes.
Mayor Tarter.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
All right, any business not on the agenda we haven't got to? Any standing regional or council liaison reports anybody would like to make? Any council member comments that haven't been made previously? I'm sorry, Jeff Lynn?
Yeah, just one thing, the Government Operations Committee will meet this Thursday, and the City Employee Equity Team is going to present. They were supposed to do that last month, and we had to move it, so it's this Thursday at noon.
And that's at the library, correct? Not at City Hall?
Oh.
Oh, just note that.
Yes, it's at the library. It said
location.
upper floor conference room.
Yeah, we
I
thought
thought
it'd
it
be,
meant upper floor here, but it's upper floor at the
I thought it'd be
library.
fun for the first time to have a meeting
Okay.
over there.
Excellent.
All right, do you have to whisper? Any other council member comments, liaison reports, et cetera?
So your social calendar includes Tuesday night, the Chamber Holiday Mixer at the Casual Pint. Wednesday night, the Planning Commission is having a special visioning session in person, I think. Thursday night is the News Press Holiday Party at 5:30 at the American Legion Hall. And Friday is the illumination ceremony at Birch and Broad Shopping Center at 5 p.m.
All right, thanks, Phil, for taking care of reminding us all of those things. Anything else anybody wants to talk about? We do have a closed session, so we're not leaving in the next couple minutes, or if we are, we're going to go somewhere else to talk about a closed session. All right, let's get to the closed session. I don't recall having a motion for a closed session here in my little pot of things. Is there one we have?
You should.
Does someone else have one?
Cindy, is it in there?
I I don't see one in this pile. Did someone prepare a closed session?
Yeah, it's in the P drive, Cindy, sort of at the bottom. You might just pull it up there. I don't know what happened to the piece of paper.
It is opening up momentarily.
Sorry about that.
I don't have an extra one or an old one here.
It,
Oh, there it
yeah,
is.
it's on
Okay,
the
sorry.
screen. Can we make it bigger?
Working to make it bigger.
I could print it out.
It's okay. Look, I can read it. Okay, this is a motion to go into closed session. The time is 12:25. Upon a motion made by Councilmember
Scott.
Hiscott, seconded by Councilmember
Hardy.
Hardy, and passed by a vote of City Council, council went into closed session pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A3 for discussion or consideration of the disposition of publicly held real property where discussion in open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body. Property north of high school currently leased to Virginia Tech. Vice Mayor Connolly?
Yes.
Duncan?
Yes.
Hardy?
Yes.
Lichtenhouse?
Yes.
Hiscott?
Yes.
Snyder?
Yeah.
Tarter? Yep. All right, so we're in closed session. Where are we going to do this? We're going to stay here. We're taking down the microphones and cameras and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's the only way Mr. Snyder can stay in.
All right, so how about the rest of us? Are we taking all the mics down and all that?
So the answer is yes, and we will just confirm that it's not being broadcast.
All right, well, let's get that. Celeste, can you pull up the certification and the,
I'm bringing it up now. Yes, it is up, and FCC TV has confirmed you're live.
all right, we're coming out of closed session. We will be coming out of closed session eventually. That's good enough. I can read it, Celeste. You don't need to keep raising it up. Are you ready to go? Okay.
FCC TV is good.
All right, this is a certification. We are coming out of closed session upon a motion made by Council Member Hiscott, seconded by Council Member Hardy, and passed upon affirmative roll call vote in open session. It was certified that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements and only such, you got to scroll down a little bit more. And only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session or meeting by the body. Vice Mayor Connolly.
Yes.
Duncan?
Yes.
Hardy?
Yes.
Lichtenhouse?
Yes.
Hiscott?
Yes.
Snyder?
Yes.
Tartar? Yep. All right, let's go on to, do we come out of closed session yet? Let's come out of closed session. Upon a motion made by Council Member Lichtenhouse, seconded by Council Member, you got to
Hardy.
scroll up some more. All right, just somebody.
On two.
Okay, and passed by affirmative roll call vote in open session. It was certified. This is certification again. We need to actually, so there's two of them. We do a certification and the coming out of closed session.
You need to do the coming out of closed session first, so
All right, let's go do that then.
it's number 2 right there on the top part.
All right. Upon a motion made by Council Member
Hardy.
and seconded by Council Member
Snyder.
And passed by vote of City Council, council reconvene in open session. Vice Mayor Connolly.
Yes.
Duncan.
Yes.
Hardy.
Yes.
Lichtenhouse.
Yes.
Hiscott.
Yes.
Snyder.
Yeah.
Tartar. Yep. All right, time is
You-
1:07. Here's the certification. Upon a motion made by Council Member,
Hardy.
seconded by Council Member,
Lichtenhouse.
passed upon affirmative roll call vote in open session, was certified that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements and only such public business matters were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session or meeting by the body. Vice Mayor Connolly.
Yes.
Duncan.
Yes.
Hardy.
Yes.
Lichtenhouse.
Yes.
Hiscott.
Yes.
Snyder.
Yeah.
Tartar. Yep. All right. So we are out. We're in open session. Is there any other business to transact tonight?
Turns out next party starts at 6 o'clock, not 5:30, so 6 o'clock Thursday.
All right. Mr. Lichtenhouse, do you want to do the honor?
Mr. Mayor, I move to adjourn.
All right. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Happy New Year to everyone.
Honor of
God
our
bless
colleague.
every one
Hey,
of us.
Ross.
Hey, Ross.
Tots.